Sabashiya bazale kaya, sangena kwamanye amazwe, lapho kungazi khona ubaba nomama, salweli nkululeko, sathi salan, salan, salan ekhaya, kwamanye amazwe. Lapho kungazi khona ubaba nomama, solweli nkululeko. Chaboske, chabodema. Worai kangawasip, istamaska iyo. These are the words of Abatwa. And they say, a dream is not a dream until it is shared by the entire community. Welcome to Freedom Park. My name is Thandi Khamncwana, and I am a storyteller. Today's story is not cooked from the warmth of the fires where our African grandmothers would entertain and teach the young. Today's story is carved from the screams and the blood-chilling, blood-curdling screams of pain, torture, courage, and then silence. Ngaske ndithi, make me numb, Nelson, make me numb, but I am not Serafina, and this is not a movie. They say, if you visit Johannesburg Central Police Station, you can still hear it. The 10th floor of John Foster Square. Still breathing to this day. It breathes, not with life, but with the memories of the young warriors of the 70s whose bodies were tortured. It breathes with the footsteps of the special branch of the apartheid regime that marched the corridors through the night, decades after the torturers and their young victims have turned to ashes and dust. They say, if you listen carefully, you can still hear it. I spoke to some of the survivors of the 10th floor of John Foster Square, and one of them says, I remember the noise. I remember someone screaming over and over and over again, and then silence. We never knew who it was, but we knew that yet again, the 10th floor at John Foster Square had claimed yet another young black body. He says, it is not the screams from the torture that haunt me the most, but the memories, the spirits of the young women that fought beside us. Some of them, many of them, barely out of their school uniforms. I'm talking about girls that picked up pamphlets with one hand and petrol bombs with the other. Girls who walked barefooted, crossing borders to join the armed struggle. Girls who roared, Amandla, to the fireful response of Ngawethu, as they ignited the fires of revolution from the people. It was up there on the 10th floor, above the smog of the choking apartheid Johannesburg, where our young heroes, these warriors, were tortured, not mostly for information, but mostly because they were young, they were black, they were female, and they dared to dream about freedom. Remember them, tell their stories, carve their names on stone, tell their stories, or they will never rest.
Thank you, Sister Thandi. What a powerful way to start the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Mos Mashishi, your program says I'm the program director, but I think you must look at me more like a time steward. That is what I'm going to do today. As you can see, we are starting already late in terms of our planned time. So I'm going to try and keep us on course so that we don't veer off lane. You'll notice I didn't welcome you because I'm staying in my lane, because there is somebody who's going to come to welcome you. So I'm going to stay in my lane. This is the most you're going to hear from me for the rest of the day, so that I can also hold everybody else to account to stay in their lane. Let me invite Professor Eddie Maloka, who will do the welcoming and the introduction for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much and good morning. And also let me thank my brother and friend, Mos Mashishi. He said he's a time steward. I think he's a time prefect. For us who grew up, we come from the, prefect in high school. It would have been a much better, because he has already given me very clear instruction of what he expects from me, how much time he's giving me. And I asked him, are you from Tabanchu? He said, no, he's not from Tabanchu, because my mother's side, we come from Tabanchu. And we are burying our elder in the family in Tabanchu. And I was sitting next to my cousin who grew up in Tabanchu. And then there was some emotional person there talking about my grandmother and going into the sky. And then my cousin said, hey, she must really stop, because here in Tabanchu, you are not allowed to speak for more than 10 minutes. And indeed, that's what happened. As she then started moving on, and then 10 minutes passed, then we were in a church. People started talking and then interrupting her and making it difficult for her to continue talking. So I said to him, I understand what you are saying, so today we are going to obey and follow the Tabanchu rule, time management, discipline. So he's our prefect, and we want to make it to make sure that everybody has enough time to talk, but we also are able to make best use of the time allocated to us. So my job is to really to welcome you all, and to thank you for making time for being here. This is for the third time we meet. And we have met the first time, I think it was even here. And then we met the second time, we were at UJ. And then we are supposed to be a group of historians. We call it the Historians Network, but it's more than that. Professor Matole is here. I think he's a historian, advocate. You know, he's more like the classical, he represents more the classical definition of a professor. So he's multidisciplinary in his own approach. You'll see when he talks later today. So this is really, we say Historians Network, but it's more than that. So we have historians, we have archivists who have been here before, and some are still with us. educate us, because the intention is whatever we exchange here has to go into the dissemination sectors of our society to reach our young people who are also part of this. I saw a group of young people sitting there, but it turns out they are our scribes. I thought that they were mistaking this hall to be an exam room. You know, when we were doing our matric, we used to sit at the back so that we can be able to hide and copy and all of. So I said, no, guys, you can come. It's not an exam room. Come to the front. So, but we have the youth here, and they are welcome. Our cultural practitioners, one of them has already opened a way for us with this very moving delivery of a story about John Foster. And then the policymakers, our leaders, and of course, all of us who are here. And we have proposed to you a program. The speakers are there. Madam Balegambete, she's still on her way. Yesterday, they were at the memorial service of Mamu Ketrushope, and they were bidding her as the women of this country and remembering her. You know, she just passed on recently. So we really hope that she'll be able to join us. I know that she's still on her way, but we have had to ask the CEO of this venue that is hosting us if she does have time. She's already on the program, but she could be able to do the welcome, to welcome you to the site. Me, I'm welcoming you narrowly to the symposium, but she'll welcome you to the site, because this site is a spiritual site of our struggle, of our country. It represents something particular in the heritage of our country. So, Mr. Chairman, Time Prefect, I don't see you, I think now, or you are here. So I've done my bit, and then our intention is to try to finish, and at the end, we'll try to sum up and try to suggest to you a way forward. What I've proposed to colleagues who have been working with me in putting together this event, that I think from now on, we must try to publish not just the proceedings, the chapters that are going to be delivered. So really, as you are presenting the authors and the presenters, as you are presenting in the course of today, remember that the intention is to try, we'll be calling on you to put together your paper, so that then we can be able to put those papers together into an edited collection. So really, you are welcome, and thank you really much for continuing to be with us and walking this journey. And we also thank the board members who are here of the Freedom Park and also of NaLHISA. Mos himself is on the board of NaLHISA, and the board members of Freedom Park are here. You are welcome, and thank you very much. And all protocol is duly observed, so you don't need, when you come to take the floor, to read a long list of greetings. So all of us who are here are very important. So Mr. Time Stewart, I'm not sure, so I've done my bit, and so you're well welcome, but you'll be welcomed properly by our host. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. You know, at Wits, we used to say on your students there that our professors don't die, they just lose their faculties. So I hope you keep your faculties. Can I invite Dr. Jane Makumadi just to do a few remarks, opening remarks for us?
Thank you, Program Director. I want to greet all the participants, the panelists in various sessions, the board of NaLHISA, my council members, Ms. Barbara Watson, Professor Sat Cooper, NaLHISA officials. I know we are in this journey together, representing AfriSam Bank. We are looking to hear a lot from yourselves, the veterans. Mine is quite a quick one, just to orientate you to the space, to Freedom Park. We are a memorial, we are an interpretive center, we are a monument that was conceptualized to celebrate our liberation heritage. I'm sure you didn't hear me say a museum, although people like to call us a museum. Professor Mutseha will tell you that in Africa, we look at things holistically. We don't have the compartments because we look at life and nature in a holistic way. We were conceptualized to honor those who died for freedom and humanity. And we came about when in 1999, President Mandela, during the celebration of Freedom Day, said that the day should not be far off when we shall have a people's shrine, a freedom park where we shall honor with all the dignity they deserve those who endured pain, so we should experience the joy of freedom. So we are about honoring our heroes. We are about contributing to healing. We are about contributing to building an active citizenry, a nation that is rooted in its past, that is proud of its identity, and a nation that is patriotic. We have various elements here at Freedom Park. One is the main memorial, the Wall of Names. Currently, we have over 192,000 names of the people who died across the various categories and conflicts that shaped what we call South Africa today. So if you were to walk, and I was excited when I saw one of my mamas here, Mama Mafu, I couldn't hold myself because I know she's played a central role in the shaping of what Freedom Park is today. So we started from the pre-colonial wars. We have also looked at the wars of resistance. We have looked at the genocide of the Khoi and the San. We have looked at the various forms of slavery. We have looked at the South African War. And we are also paying attention in particular, not just on the Boers and the English, whom we have also reflected as part of our history, but also the Africans who were on either side, who were not previously acknowledged. And there are about 22,000 names plus of those who were part of what was called the Anglo-Boer War. We also look at the World War I and II and the 4 pillars of the liberation struggle. And if you walk here, you will see the international solidarity as one of the pillars for the liberation, because we acknowledge the fact that had it not been the support of our sisters and brothers within the continent, but also beyond the continent Africa, we probably would not have been free today. I'm sure as you walk here, you'll see that the largest number of the international will be the Cubans, who are over 2,000 names that died on African soil, that liberated us. And I'm sure you are aware of the Battle of Cuito Valley. We then have the interpretive center, Capo. Tandi eloquently, briefly touched on that in her opening. Capo means dream. It's a Nama word for dream. And there's a proverb that says a dream is not a dream until it is shared by the entire community. So in conceptualizing Freedom Park, we wanted to call South Africans to dream together, to unite, because part of our mandate is contributing to a social cohesion and nation building. And we hope as you come here, you are, especially if you are here for the first time, you are on a journey for self-discovery, because when you walk through Freedom Park, which is, and the Interfaith Committee was correcting me that not just Isivivane, what we call the spiritual space, is sacred. The whole park, looking at what it stands for, looking at what it represents, it's sacred. So you are on sacred ground as we remember who we are, as we reflect on the current challenges, and that forms the basis of our programs. We want young people to remember who we are so that they understand why we are where we are as a nation, but also to imagine a better future. So I'm not gonna say much, I just thought I should orientate you and challenge you that irrespective of your cultural, religious, political affiliation, when you walk through Freedom Park, you will find yourself reflected one way or the other. And I hope you will do that if you have not yet done that. I thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mfumadi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take this moment to introduce our keynote speaker. Generally, I will not be reading resumes of the speakers for the rest of the day, but I think it's important to read the resume of Dr. Mogobe Bennett Ramose, who's going to give us the key message today. Professor Mogobe Bennett Ramose is a South African-born philosopher, widely recognized for his foundational role in the internationalization of African philosophy, particularly Ubuntu. He is currently Professor Extraordinaire in the Department of Philosophy at the University of South Africa and a research professor at the Sefako Makato Health Sciences University. Ramose earned his PhD philosophy from the Catholic University Leuven in Belgium in 1983 and also holds an MSc in International Relations from the London School of Economics. He spent part of his academic career in exile as a political refugee, holding academic positions at institutions including Tilburg University in Netherlands, Leuven University in Belgium, University of Zimbabwe, and Addis Ababa. He has taught philosophy, ethics, and philosophy of law in Southern Africa and beyond. His influential works include African Philosophy through Ubuntu in 1999, which has been translated into Dutch, and Van Heerden Kist voor die Man 2020. He is also the editor of Hegel's Toilet 2013 and has published extensively on justice, sovereignty, reconciliation, and the place of African thought in global philosophy. Professor Ramose's work is dedicated to the idea of motofatso, that is humanization, in contrast to other approaches like humanism and decoloniality. See his critique of Raymond Grossfuch in Epistemic Decolonial 10. He has served on editorial boards, received numerous awards, including the UNISA Chancellor's Prize for Research, and was honored with first script in 2019 titled The Tenacity of Truthfulness, philosophical essay in honor of Mogobe Bennett Ramose. Prof, please approach.
Tobela, good morning to you all, and my thanks for the invitation. I also recognize the fact that there is an ethical dimension to time, and so I request that I be given a sign when what was written turns true. I was told I will have 20 minutes, and I request that the times you would make sure I stick to the 20 minutes. Even if I haven't finished, please make sure that you stop me. The title of my talk today is There is no history, but only historians. Well, I have not spelled this spelling historian as you are used to. You will see it in writing. Now, the title goes on the authority to give names to peoples and places. Science is a contested concept and practice. It is the dominant religion of our time. History, imagine you are reading the paper, then you will see that I have history in inverted commas. Voila. History is part of this reality. History insists that especially written sources are often the best evidence to establish the authenticity as well as the veracity of the claim to truth. This dogma of science in general and history in particular defies common sense. This is because common sense affirms the common experience that no human being is born with a blank paper in one hand and a pen in another. It is held that Socrates is the father of Western philosophy. Yet, he did not have time to write a single text in philosophy because he was walking around engaging in philosophical dialogues in the streets. This questions the scientific dogma of the primacy of the written word. Common sense affirms the widespread experience that Homo loquens, the speaking human being, precedes Homo scriptans, the writing human being. And so it is that speaking, orality, is anterior in logic and in fact to writing. Let us not ask one another, what is the meaning of writing? The scientific dogma on the reliability of the written word is virtually elevated to the status of infallibility. Yet, we know that the written text of the donation of Constantine has been proven by science itself to have been a fraud. This is the basis for the parallel divide between the East Orthodox Catholic Church and the West Roman Catholic Church. Perhaps we should settle with Rudyard Kipling's poem, The Ballad of East and West, and accept that the twain shall never meet. Such is the depth of conviction confronting scientific truth. Such is the depth of conviction confronting scientific truth. We know that Aristotle in the West was first metamorphosed by St. Thomas Aquinas to make him delicious to the palate of Christendom. And so, the truth about the philosophy and theology of Aristotle may properly be described as a disguised truth. I have listened for many years to multiple readings from the Bible. I heard frequently as the recurrent refrain, Jesus said, Dixit Jesus. I am still waiting to hear something different, namely, and the Lord Jesus wrote. What did Jesus write? Until today, it is only the spoken word of Jesus that has changed some human beings and infused into them the spirit of influencing others to join Christianity. Islam is not different in this respect. Up to this point, I submit that the truth of history is ultimately a matter of idiosyncratic choice. The facts of the historian are indeed the factor, the makings of his or her own picture of what happened, especially in the past. On this basis, it is proper to inquire into whether or not the historian has the authority to give names to peoples and places. The inquiry is predicated on the recognition that in many cultures across the world, not any or everyone is authorized to give a name. This culture applies to the indigenous peoples of this country conquered in the unjust wars of Western colonization. I focus on these peoples in my inquiry. J.C. Squire parodied the mistake of Christopher Columbus in his poem, There Was an Indian. On his voyage to India in the East, Columbus arrived instead on the shores of America. He believed that he had arrived in India. And so the indigenous peoples of that country were named Indians without any prior consultation with them. Today, they are known as American Indians because the Western colonizers were least concerned about who or what they called themselves. And so, for these newly named Indians, the ships that brought Columbus to their shores were indeed, according to the poem, doom-burdened caravels, because the colonizers' invasion of their country resulted in their almost total extermination. Today, they are tucked in the seclusion of native reserves, as if their ancestral land was never theirs. It was these Indians that Victoria wrote about in his De Indies on the Indians. It was these same peoples that Las Casas, the Bishop of Chiapas, defended against the merciless theological onslaught of Sepulveda and Victoria. And so, arbitrary naming of peoples and places can have dehumanizing and deleterious consequences on their dignity, identity, and sovereignty. Today, we have the East and the West Indies as if this distinction came about through just and peaceful means. The truth is that there are no American Indians, but habit paralyzes inquisitiveness. It is the surreptitious teacher of imperceptible readiness to accept the status quo with indifferent resignation to the prevailing order of things. A warm romantic relationship gave birth to the name of a country. It was the partner of Lord Lugard, British governor at the time, who proposed to him the name Nigeria. The nocturnal proposal became the daylight reality when the country was named Nigeria unilaterally. And so, until today, there is Nigeria, but there are no Nigerians. Thus, history recognizes even romance as the source of authority to give a name to a people and a place. In the beginning of his story, there were 4 republics. They came together to form the Union of South Africa. There was no single presence of the indigenous peoples conquered in the unjust wars of Western colonization at the formation of this Union of South Africa. This is not surprising because we read from Heppel, an eminent jurist in the camp of the Western colonizer, that the Union of South Africa was constructed upon the right of conquest. The right of conquest is contentious, even in Western legal philosophy. To cite the appropriate maxims, ex injuria, jus non oritur. A right does not arise out of an injury. The opposite of this is ex injuria jus oritur. A right does arise. So even in Western legal philosophy, there is contention and contradiction when it comes to the right of conquest. In any case, by every test of the just war doctrine, the right of conquest is ethically untenable. Yet, the name South Africa persists despite its ethical untenability. It is the constant as well as the consistent survivor in the constitutional history of this country. It continues to defy the opposite title of Calpin's book, first published in 1941. The title is There Are No South Africans. The book deals exclusively with the relationship between the two conquerors of the indigenous peoples, namely the Afrikaners and the British. Calpin is direct and forthright about the absence of the indigenous conquered peoples from the fiction called South Africa. He writes that if the Englishman has a greater regard for the rights of the native, both he and the Afrikaner have no compunction about treating the native as an inferior being. There is no doubt, I submit, that even the Constitution of 1996 treats the native as an inferior being. It is odd that the native has condoned the immorality of the right of conquest. By so doing, the native has accepted the historian's claim that even unethical conduct is a valid source for naming a country and inventing its peoples. It is an irony of history that the native has already ruled, continues to rule, and aspires to rule the country from the Union buildings, the site of the right of conquest. It is salutary to note that not all natives accept the naming of a people and a country. It is so also that the naming of a people and a country may not and shall not be left to historians alone. There is no history. History is in the mind of the historian. I thank you for your attention.
Somebody, when we arrived here, said to Professor Maloka and I that re tlo kgabola. I think this was a Sterling Mokhabolo session. And I'm sure a lot of conversation will come out of that seminal keynote address. Let me take this opportunity. Firstly, let me just say I took it for granted that given the sophistication of this audience here, we'll not need to ask people to switch off their cell phones. But perhaps let me do so and ask you please to switch off your cell phones. Let me take the opportunity to invite Mama Baleka Mbete, who's the chair of NaLHISA, to give us her address. Thank you.
Program Director, good morning. Good morning to everybody. You are all very important people, but the most important people are the youth in the audience for me. I always recognize them as the VIPs of every occasion. Before I get to my remarks, may I start with the apology on behalf of my office. I have a very hardworking collective in my office. They do their best, but sometimes something doesn't go right. And therefore, I'm only getting this program that you all have as I sit. And what guided me was my diary that told me that I should be here not later than 10. And you are all witnesses that I arrived at least a minute before 10, only to find a program that expected me to be here before 10. So I make that apology on behalf of my office, which is a very hardworking, small office. Thank you very much to the organizers and to Freedom Park for affording us the opportunity to gather like this today. That we meet at this time, the day before the last day of this month, enables us to feel and express gratitude for the bouquet of memories we've come through. May Day, which is the first day of this month, presents us with compelling gatherings spread out the length and breadth of the country, where we have no option but to remember and acknowledge the working people of our country. We are urged to appreciate the sacrifices and beautiful products that are the fruit of the sweat and labor of working people on farms, in houses, hospitals, on the streets, everywhere. May Day is a pillar of our memories every year. Memories sustain us throughout life. I come from NaLHISA, a non-partisan formation which is in the 5th year of establishing the foundation for the liberation heritage of our people to be secured. This is vital for the future, which was envisaged in the values that informed the liberation struggle. The significance of the heritage we refer to is something we can appreciate better only when we unpack each subject of the archives. We deal with archives. NaLHISA is about archives. Perhaps being handled and sorted at any library, museum, or any institution, be it a photo, a document, or an instrument. At Forte, we have a guitar that used to be played by Omgov, the father of our former president, Thabo Mbeki. That's part of the archive at Forte. Every picture of a person has the potential to generate a river of information, starting with the name, family, community or communities they originated from, etc. Many events in which they featured, including significant deeds of their specific doing. Memories are a pillar and an important vehicle for transporting values from generation to generation. That's why I recognized the VIPs in the audience. I will leave the philosophical side of things to those best suited for that, of whom we have many today in the audience. Before I get to recommendations for securing the future, I want to share my first-hand memories and lessons learned in the many years I worked next to the significant leader we will be bidding farewell to tomorrow. I'm talking about Mama Gertrude Shope. I served next to her from the time we were elected at the National Conference of the Women's Section in Luanda, Angola, when she became our president of the Women's Section for the first time. The moment came in those years when South Africa was talking about the return of exiles and negotiating for a new dispensation in the country. Within the exile community, this generated a lot of tension and uncertainty. Mama emerged as the embodiment of decisive leadership, rolled up with humility and elegance. She led us in those months, persuading the ANC leadership to accept the position of the women's leadership to come back to South Africa without delay. When we went for appropriate military preparations at the Luanda shooting range, Mama emerged as the #1 sniper, never missing the bullseye. We arrived in South Africa in June 1991. She, alongside Masisulu, led the process of relaunching of the country's largest women's organization, the ANC Women's League. The last on Mashope I want to say is that Freedom Park is where she spoke on the subject of the role of women as an integral part of the creation of the heritage of the country. And before I read the last line there, I want to also say that I went to visit Mashope a few years ago. I found her very preoccupied with recording the names of women that had crossed her path in her own journey of the liberation struggle. And she felt she had a responsibility to put them on record. Even if she did not write a book about each of them, but it was important for their names to be recorded and to be known, and for us, the rest of us who remain, to gain something and do something about that. And I'm happy to say that last year I did get a copy. And it's a very interesting book because it only just says, here is a picture, this is the name of this person, and this was so and so of such and such a place. And for the rest, no sala nizibona ukuthi nenze njani ngale contribution that I've made mina ngingumashop. I heard someone comment, what kind of book is this? But I was thinking overnight that it was a great contribution. I don't know whether Ubabu Sfiso Ndlovu is here in the house. You know that effort, Kamashop. You were involved with it. She made a contribution. So salas bona ukuthi senzani ngale contribution ayenzile Babu Ndlovu. And I think it was a great contribution, which I only appreciated overnight. Let's find and treasure the significance of the archive that's here in Freedom Park, of the day she came and addressed us. I think it was this space. Is Jane Mufamadi here? Were we here? But the place was, it was a parliamentary activity during Heritage Month of that year. And we were underlining the role and the fact that women are a major part of the creation of heritage, including the liberation heritage. So please, let's unearth that archive so that it's part of the story that is told as we are celebrating Umama, who nearly became 100, which was something she had so wanted to achieve. You know, I talked to her a few years ago, and I was saying, I mean, if I figure 90, I'll be fine. That's selling 14 years. So she said, oh, my dear, I'll get to 100. And I thought, wow, what courage, you know, to want to get to 100. She was almost there. It was just 3 months left. And we were really looking forward to it. Sometimes I say, uma usdojile, you know, wavele waphuma kanje wathi bazosala naleyo 100 years yabo. But now to come to how we must be intentional about preserving the liberation heritage. We should continue addressing the younger generations, the VIPs in the audience, telling them about the past in order to shape the future on a sound basis, telling them the truth. In NaLHISA, when we had our earliest discussions, we came to terms. Prajo Utlolwe. we discussed the fact that Tina, we come from a political past as individuals. Me from the ANC, Prajo from the PAC, others from BCM, and we are not about politics in NaLHISA. We're done with politics. We made whatever mistakes, our contributions are known. They can't be hidden. They are out there for everybody to comment on one way or another. We are here to preserve the records. That's what brings us together. It's about the preservation of that record. The analysis, the whatever, here in the parliament and wherever else, is not for NaLHISA. That's not what brings us there. But I saw last year, I must comment about this, Tate Mashishi, and you will know exactly what I'm referring to, because when the old man left us last year, a senior elder of politics in this country, actually hell broke loose in our souls because we're human, right? So our souls remembered a whole range of experiences that had already happened years ago, but they came back and they were with us because we're human. We still have outstanding business as NaLHISA to revisit that experience and to figure out what it told us, what it says to us, because we took the position we had taken at the beginning when 5 years ago, because we're finishing 5 years at the end of this year. 5 years ago, when we started these discussions, we said we're not involved in politics, but the pain doesn't go away. You remember it. So it's issues that we must talk about. It's issues that we must process because we're human, we're here. We have to still pull together all these trends as we inform the path forward to our future. Is it part of the discussion of our national dialogue? 2 days ago, I happened to meet the coordinator of the Secretariat towards this national dialogue. One thing I now know is that it's ours, all of us. It's ours, it belongs to us. It's us who must also determine what belongs on the agenda of the national dialogue. It's open and it's for us. And NaLHISA tries to play its own role to preserve the record. That's our preoccupation. Now, I'm at the point where I'm saying the younger generation, the VIPs, must be our target. As we do what we must do, past wrongs must be pointed out and corrected. Improvement of policies from lessons learned must be pursued. Most importantly, let's take these forums and conversations to the district levels, to the people. This is a space called national, this very nebulous space, national. The people are down there. A few weeks ago, I went to my home village eMkanduli. And I also interacted with some of the people who are here in the audience. We were in a gathering of people from 4 districts in a particular corner of the country, which is very rural and very poor. So I value that level, because also our government has recognized that the best way to govern is to utilize that level where we can coordinate our governance activities between the local, the national, the provincial, and that district, and everybody gets to inform how we do things, and therefore also how we improve on the wrongs, the mistakes, as we move forward. So let's get to that level. Take these discussions, even of the national dialogue, I've been told by the Secretariat, are going to start at that level, so that they come up to become truly national, because they include every corner of the country, every level of the country. I'm also proposing that at that level, we must launch NaLHISA youth hubs, where we teach the history of pre-colonial Africa. We must teach Pan-Africanism to our young people, to give them a depth of understanding of shared values that underpinned the struggle which ultimately led to the democratic dispensation. Critically, the role of international solidarity, which was led by Pan-African shared values that informed the global networks of solidarity and support for our freedom struggle. I noticed that the packs we have that have our program include AVA, America's Voices Against Apartheid. That's what AVA stands for. These were anti-apartheid activists who really helped us, especially when it was time to ensure that the prison doors opened and our leadership came out to join us back to continue the fight for our freedom. What I heard of the keynote address presents very, very interesting challenges to us to reflect. Siyawathanda ama-reflections, Baba. I'm so happy with what you have done to us. Usihlukumezile thoroughly. Wasikhipha kwi-comfort zone. Wathi ake ngicabange, what's your story? Ngiyabulela.
Thank you, ma'am. We are running about an hour behind. We were supposed to have tea at 10:45. So what I'm proposing to do is that we're going to take the next session and of the next presentation, I'll go to that in detail. When we finish with that, we'll then break for tea. which will probably be about 11 o'clock. So before I proceed with that, I got a notice here to ask the vehicle owners of the following vehicles: Mazda 2 FRO 4 WCGP, it's a white one, a Toyota Cross LY, I think, 84DGGP, and a Renault Kwid MD 17MSGP. The owners of these vehicles, can you please move them? They are hindering access where you've parked them. So if they could just get them moved, that will be appreciated. The next presentations, colleagues, and you'll see in terms of our program, that each presentation, in fact, for the rest of the day is designated 15-minute slots. So I'm going to negotiate with the presenters that we treat them as 12-minute slots so that they can give me back 3 minutes, so that I can use that 3 minutes to usher the new speaker. The speaker can start on 15 minutes on top. They also give me 3 minutes, so that way we will try and move. So the next two speakers will be first Dr. Noel Solani, who's with Iziko Museum, and Professor Nicole Aldrich, who's at Fort Hare. The topic, as it is in the program, is historical perspectives, evolution, and impact of liberation movements, analyzing the historical evolution of liberation movements and the impact on contemporary societies. There's a topic they're going to cover. So, Dr. Noel, come forward, and when you finish, Professor Nicole Aldrich, please follow him. I won't come to the podium. I'll just let you, unless I have to. And you know, it's very embarrassing for the speaker and for the time steward when I have to come and stand next to you. So spare me and yourself the need to do that. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm not literate, even though I'm called doctor. And so I do not have skills to type what I'm writing. So, but most importantly, it was because I was not really sure what I was going to say. I'm told the theme is historical perspectives, evolution, and impact of liberation movements. And I want to start this discussion by saying I will locate whatever we call liberation and liberation movement from the point of 1910. And I'm deliberately doing so to avoid to talk about the wars of land dispossession that preceded this particular period. And I'm avoiding to talk about the defeat of the natives by the Europeans during these long wars that took place within our country. And I think we were already told that we were different states or different provinces, as it says, before we came back, or before South Africa, the Union of South Africa was born. So that's why I'm locating myself from 1910. And precisely because whilst there were resistance movements and congresses in the Cape, for example, even before 1910, there is an important period that begins in 1910, 1911, when Africans are thinking of forming a national movement, which they ultimately did form and called it the South African Native National Congress, which of course it was later renamed the ANC. That's my first broad stroke. My second broad stroke is that we know that the ANC was not the only Congress that existed within this period. We had the Natal Indian Congress, we had the Transvaal Indian Congress. So the two congresses also existed. In the Cape, or in the Western Cape, we have Abdurrahman, the African People's Organization, which is interesting for me because it was organizing and mobilizing around the colored communities. But it was the only movement at that time called the African People's Organization. So that's something to think about in terms of how Abdurrahman phrased the thinking around the formation of that particular organization. And as we know, movements, as they develop and grow, the post-1994 era has shown us, ultimately they will break because the interests diverge. And we had the PAC, and we had what some people call, which Professor Ndlovu will disagree with me, the period of lull, which gave birth to the Black Consciousness Movement and all the BCM organizations that existed. Now, all these events preceding the 1994 breakthrough, I think, are important in terms of understanding our own memory as a people. Now, that to me, that memory is known by each and every person that is here. Is it significant? Yes. But what is more significant is what do we do with that particular memory? And I think in the early years post-1994, there was a deep thinking of how we're going to preserve our memories so that the next generation and future generations can be able to learn from that memory and probably not repeat it. The President Mandela's government instituted, as part of that preservation, Robben Island Museum, chaired for the first time by Mr. Ahmed Kathrada. Now, what are the stories that Robben Island tells that relate to our history, that relates to our memory, and how do they communicate those stories? We will know that from the graves that are littered at Robben Island to the period of imprisonment, that there has been many people that resisted colonialism and apartheid that ended up at Robben Island. Are those stories told in ways in which we can understand them, in ways in which the youth can understand them? Because they talk about liberation. So I think that is the first challenge that I think I need to pose. The second challenge is, from 1997, 10 years later, officially the institution we are in is officially opened. Now, I'm bringing these institutions, I think it will be clear later, is officially opened. And initially, it gives itself a difficult task of saying it is going to tell our story from evolution to today. It means all the different epochs that exist. That's a very deep and difficult task. But I think it does so because for us today to understand where we are, we need to go back and say, what are the contributions that Africa as a continent has done to technologies over time, to culture over time, etc. So that is the second institution that the state does. How many minutes? I haven't even started. Okay, let me close this. Now, with the injury time that I have, here is the important thing that I think we need to note. We have done a lot of work in terms of preservation of memory, including the SADET volumes that were published that keeps this memory together. But our challenge that remains is how are we archiving it? How are we preserving it in our archives? How do we collect all these archives that are scattered all over the world so that we have access to them and continue to write about this memory and communicate it in simple ways to schools and to young people and to people who are not that literate, so that it is accessible to them. And I think that's about the only way in which we will build our country, is by knowing our own memory and remembering it. Thank you.
Presentation. It doesn't matter, I can just read it. It's fine. Morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm really pleased to be here. My aeroplane door, the stairs wouldn't open, so I'm really, really pleased to get out. I'm sorry I missed the speaker this morning. I will be quick. As I know people are probably wanting to go and get a refresher. My name is Professor Nicole Ulrich. I'm the HOD of the newly formed Liberation Studies Department at the University of Fort Hare. So just to let you know that Liberation Heritage is identified as one of the university's key research areas, and we now also have this Liberation Studies Department. And under that, we are forming a new BA honors. And I'm not going to speak too much about that qualification, but I just wanted you to know that at Fort Hare, where the Liberation Archives is, there's actually quite a lot happening in this particular field. And that's from this perspective that I'm going to be discussing this issue around the evolution of the liberation movements and its significance today, and what we have been thinking about as we are looking at this research area and also looking at the curriculum as we teach it. Okay, so why is liberation history important? To quote Cabral, when they, the colonists, arrived, they took us out of our own history, and liberation for us is to take back our destiny and our history. So actually, history, taking back history, is liberation. Another quote. This is from Raymond Suckner and Jeremy Cronin. The apartheid regime has tried to wipe out all memory of mass struggle. Leading political organizations of the time have been outlawed. Leaders and ordinary people have been jailed and forced into exile. Others were killed. Some have been banned, their words, their memories becoming unquotable. We, on our side, have comforting words. The people's power is irresistible. Our traditions can never die. This is true enough in their way, but it is never simply guaranteed that the past, our past, this great store of lessons will be remembered. Our struggle is also the struggle of memory against forgetting. Okay, so there I think it's important to understand that our liberation, that this particular form of history is also just as important. So this, giving a sort of an overview of a liberation movements is a lot more difficult than you would think. Okay, so history is shaped by the present, and it's shaped by our own trajectory of liberation. So from the 1990s, we see the victory of the ANC's election victory, and the ANC is very much hegemonic. But I think that there's a problem in the sense that a lot of this ANC history remains to be written, but a lot of liberation history has also been reduced to ANC history. And while we definitely need more studies of Mandela, Slovo, Mbeki, Tambo, and many others, we cannot reduce our history just to 3 or 4 leaders. We need to acknowledge many more leaders. We need to have more and acknowledge also ordinary people. So just a few concerns. Firstly, ANC history has not been written, still needs to be written, and it's highly contested. It's also not nationally bounded. For instance, the international, as the chairperson mentioned earlier, it's not, the liberation struggle was not nationally bounded. There was also the anti-apartheid movement, for instance. There are other political parties and other political tendencies. For instance, in the 1920s, we have the Industrial Commercial Workers Union. There were also in the 1970s, Black consciousness, which has already been noted. And there also are other important actors. So it's important to look beyond just the political. It's important to look at, for instance, churches, youth, and unions. Unions, we know, for instance, in 1985, COSATU was almost 1 million people, and it grew substantially during the 1990s. So these all contribute to our national liberation. So what are we to do? Let's have a broader focus. There's lots of work still to do. So again, when Nelson Mandela came out of prison, he stressed the role of youth, workers, women, and churches. And he said, these forces are the most dependable forces in the struggle to end exploitation and oppression. He said, to quote him, "It is not the kings and the generals that make history, but the masses of the people, the workers and peasants, the doctors and the clergymen." So just to sort of bring this home with an example, and I know I'm running out of time, but for instance, if you go to Constitutional Hill, I've just come back from there about two weeks ago, you have Mandela's cell at the hospital, which is great, it must be there. You have Slovo, the court where Slovo gave court in the bathrooms, and that's great, that must be there. But what about the thousands of men who were imprisoned in number 4 prison because they were past law offenders? And they themselves were subject to gang violence and sometimes sexual violence. So it's their stories that we also need to be told. So how do we start doing that? And I've just got a few important points. One is to emphasize the role of ordinary people. The second one is to start looking at resistance, looking at movements, they're important, looking at formal organizations or strikes, for instance, by trade unions, but also smaller acts, everyday acts that erode systems of oppression and the silent solidarities that allow for widespread resistance and allowed ultimately and eroded apartheid as well as colonialism. So, for instance, one of aspects we're looking at are histories of desertion, or where people, slaves, servants of various kinds, they run away, but they run away in great numbers and multiple times, and looking at those histories and how those histories destabilize authoritarian systems. Thirdly, is to question our fixation on the 20th century. Again, that is important history. That is the history when we become national states. Our states become independent. But we need to look back. We need to look at those more complicated histories of dispossession and those struggles around dispossession and those wars. But we also need to understand that those wars are much more complicated. For instance, the dispossession wars included a servant rebellion in 1799, where we have Kusen deserting in multiple numbers and push back colonial forces, largely due to this desertion. We also need to, again, coming back to my original status, is recovering our own history. When we're looking at earlier forms of resistance and earlier forms of rejecting imperialism, we also need to know those African societies in much more detail. We need to have those histories. We need to look at their understandings of liberation and independence and their own fractures and inequalities. So how do we capture the view from below, from those societies? We also need to look at from the present. As I said, history is shaped by the present. And we need to look at what does it mean to operate from the vantage point of now. 30 years after democracy. We need to write our 30 years of democracy. What were the intricate details? And I know that Prof. Wachela, who's speaking later, he started to write this history, these intricate details of all the commissions, of all the governments that were set up, of all the movements that were formed around in the last 30 years. We need to look at new concerns, LGBTQ+. We need to look at environmental history. We need to look at women's history as well. The women's history and struggle has been around for a long time, but there's still much work to do. And we also need to take the future into consideration, especially when we're coming to preservation, technological changes. What are the implications for preservation, and what are the implications for access? So how do we write liberation and preserve liberation history and heritage from the vantage point of 30 years into liberation? And finally, looking at different imaginations of freedom. We need more intellectual biographies. We need theories of freedom. When researchers like me need to write and research, what theories, what theoretical frames do we use? We need more. We already have a lot that come from Africa, like informal resistance, but we need more. And we need more historiographies. We need a proper historiography of liberation. If we want to constitute this as a proper field in its own right, we need to work on our historiographies of revolution. We need to give proper overviews. Maybe perhaps that's the next project. How have we been writing about liberation over the last 100 years? I'm not sure how my time is, if I can go over. Am I over time? 2 minutes. Okay, just to let you know about our Bachelor of Arts in Liberation Heritage. So we will be starting that in 2026, sorry. I'm not going to read everything out to you, but just to let you know that it's basically, the aim is to, through this particular program, is to generate new knowledge, okay, and to generate new expertise, and to also fundamentally start to decolonize our curriculum. And this is one, I think, a really important part of how we can start doing that, sort of in the general university sector as well. So I've gone on to define what this particularly means, what we'll be looking at, what does heritage mean? It means looking at artifacts, archives, ideologies, places, activists, intellectuals, oral traditions, heritage movements, liberation cultures, museums, anything related to the liberation and various everyday struggles for freedom. And this includes national liberation that we think is important, but also feminism, anti-fascism, workers' rights, environmentalism, and various civic struggles. So the program draws very heavily on the liberation archives. We need to make more use of our liberation archives as researchers, as historians. And also that it's interdisciplinary. So our program, you'll come and you'll do history, but you'll also do archives. We'll also go and do, for instance, we've got a module on contemporary labor movements, contemporary liberation politics. You do sociology, you do politics, you do history, you do library and information science. And we include a practical component where we go and we either visit archives or various heritage sites. And I'm not going to go into any details, and then there's also a slight research component as well. So we are in the process of putting this program together, and we hope to launch it next year. So I'm very happy. If you are wanting and you're interested, please let me know. We are happy to take feedback. in how we can sort of take this forward and develop relationships with everybody working within this field, and to give this field some real sort of academic gravitas. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Let me thank Dr. Solane and Professor Aldrich for your sensitivity on time. Really appreciate it. Colleagues, what we are going to do now, we are going to break for tea. Would like you to be back here at 1:15, please. So start moving there towards 1:15 so that you are here at 1:15. What we are going to do when we come back, we are going to take the presentation from Professor Motshega. And then when we finish with his presentation, we'll make a gap of about 10 minutes to allow the floor to comment. There's been quite a lot of said up to now, just to allow you some reflections you may have. Obviously not speeches, but just a couple of nuggets that you've picked up and you just want to say. So we'll be disciplined about it, about 10 minutes, and then we'll carry on with our program. Thank you very much. Colleagues, can you please move inside? Can you please move inside? Sorry. The next presentation is by Professor Motshekga. As you see in your programs, it said the title is Genesis and Divinity of the African Monarchy, delves into the spiritual and historical foundations of African monarchies. People, can we please settle down, please, man? We can take 30 minutes just to settle down. It's going to be a very long day. It's going to be a very long, ineffective day. Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Professor, Mr. Program Director, I didn't have a speech, and Professor Ramusa gave me some ideas to talk about something. The first time I came across the name Ramusa is when I looked at ancient history and I found that the name Ramusa was corrupted to Ormesius in Greek, who was the scribe and messenger of the gods. So I think we are still doing very well in that capacity. Distinguished participants, Professor Ramusa said that Jesus did not write, Muhammad did not write. That's very true. There are people saying things about them, but that is not the case in Africa. In Africa, we had a man called Nyambe, Zambe, Kembe, or Tautau Harama in Greek, thought Hermes. He wrote the book called Pert Emheru, the Book of the Divine Light. Today, derogatively called the Ethiopian or Egyptian Book of the Dead. And this book is suppressed. You only find it in the archives of the colonialists and imperialists. But that person called Tautau Harama invented what we call Karaism, African spirituality or religion of light. And that Karaism came to be named after him as a Hermetism, Hermetic or Kemetic gnosis or spiritual knowledge. And the followers of this African sage, who is the first and or the oldest in the world, are called Bonabakulu Abasekemu, the most ancient ones of the land of Kem. Now, what I'm going to talk about here is about the teachings of Lord Kem or Thought Hermes. Thought Hermes said that at the beginning there was nothingness, symbolized by zero or second. From the nothingness came the one or the good, Tapa or Puta. Now, the divine titles, Tapa, is the root of the word Ethiopia. And the title Puta is the root of the word Egypt. Now, the Greek authors, without exception, say that the Ethiopians are the first of all humanity. And who are the Ethiopians? The Ethiopians are yourselves sitting here. Indigenous African people are Ethiopians. That's why the whole of Africa was called Ethiopia. What is called Egypt was created as a colony by an Ethiopian prince, Osiris. And therefore, what you call Egyptian civilization comes from Ethiopia. And the cradle of the Ethiopians is at the source of the Nile called Kumara, Buntu, and Bantu. So, which means if we have to be serious about the future of this continent and the world, we must take ownership of the authorship of human civilization as Africans. Now, if we do that, we also need to know that as human beings, we are first and foremost spiritual beings. And we are dressed in the material body, and that's why there's no death. Because death is when the body is tired and the inner man is liberated to join the ancestors. So it is wrong to say our ancestors are demons. Now, I'm very illiterate. I'm like that gentleman. I can't operate these things here. Who can assist me quickly just to show up there? Now, I said the one or the good Tapa or Puta is called God, or just the good. Now, this Tapa manifested itself as the Queen of Heaven, Muwari or Muwaliwe Denga. Therefore, the first being, or God, manifested itself as a woman, not as a man. Therefore, it is wrong to say our Father and our Son, His Son and the Holy Spirit. God is the spiritual father, spiritual mother, and spiritual child. But they are born of a woman, because only women can be a virgin mother, not principles. Now, okay, thanks. Oh, you are back here. Now, this Queen of Heaven is called Ndura, Ntura, or Nutra. Now, those names are the root of the words Ntu, Muntu, Bantu, and so on. So the Bantu people who originated at the source of the Nile are the oldest of all humanity. They are the ones who created ancient Ethiopia and ancient Egypt. Now, this woman created life, Acte in Greek, also known as Tautau Matkara. Now, the Tautau Matkara emanated Kara without diminishing itself, and it consists of Tau. Tau is mind or intellect, Mat is thought or soul, word or body is of light is Kara. So, which means that the whole of life consists of the mind, body, and soul. So, in other words, in heaven, there is no white man or black man sitting there called God. It's all spiritual. So, most of us, when we worship idols which sit in heaven as human beings. There is no such thing there. And if you go to the Roman Catholic Church, you'll see that sign XP You see the XP. Now that XP summarizes the whole of religion. At the center is the Queen of Heaven, who is the Virgin Mother of the Son, and the Son is represented by P, and the Son has 4 children, which are symbolized by XP. So it means religion means God, the Mother of the Son, and the 4 children of the Son, who inhabit and govern the 4 quarters of the universe. And now the Son is called Kesha. The 4 children of the Son are called Makesha. So the Son is defined as Kesha lama Kesha, wena upete amagumbo amane amsha. No. Now, the Son is a triune being. The Son gave birth to Uzara, the son of the Son, Musasi or Mujaji, the daughter of the Son, and Hara, the spiritual light or spirit. Now, the Son, as a spiritual being, it gives birth to 4 children. The 3 and 4 give you 7, which means the Son has 7 children, and these 7 children appear as the 7 Pleiades or circumpolar stars, which appear at the beginning of September to announce that now is the beginning of the African lunar year. The divine kings must go and cleanse the fields for plowing, and that is called Mpugu. And September is also the beginning of the year. Now, all of us now, in January, we buy a lot of liquor, and then we say it's New Year, and New Year is the name of a Roman drunkard. So we celebrate drunkenness, and that's why our children become drunkards. So it's time that we must now embark on an African cultural revolution, which must allow us to use the African calendar, because the European calendar is meant for the North, and actually that calendar is a corruption of the African calendar, which Julius Caesar took from Egypt. So let's return to the roots. Now, in September, we celebrate heritage. And we politicians distorted this and say it's Dingan's Day on the 24th of Heritage. Heritage Day existed before Dingan. It is when the sun enters the spring equinox or vernal equinox on the 21st and the 22nd. So that's heritage. That's what we must celebrate. Now, on the first week of October, we have rain-making ceremonies to thank gods for the fertility of the soil and the rains. Now, in November, you don't kill female animals, you don't cut trees, and then it's time for nature conservation and environmental protection. In December, it's time for those people who are not lazy, who were plowing, to now prepare for first fruits celebration. And then in December, the Swati say Ingwala, the Swahili say Kwanzaa, and the Zulu say Umkochwa Shama, if I'm not sure, but all our people have the names for this Thanksgiving in December. Now, on the evening of the 6th of January, there's a celebration of a spiritual child that was born in heaven, and then there's a cleansing, which the churches call baptism. And then, therefore, in January, we start another season. That season is the harvest season. It ends at the end of April. Now, on the 1st of May, my chairperson and my leader, Comrade Balega, was talking about the workers. It's very, very good. But that 1st of May was a spiritual holiday before the workers' thing which came from America. Because what happens is the 1st of May is the birth date of the Queen of Heaven. And then that birthday was celebrated at Mapungubwe, Great Zimbabwe, and elsewhere as Mohali Day. That's why you have Magaliesberg River here. And this is the holiest mountain in the south here. And then I'm rounding up by saying, I want to go back to Professor Ramuse again about naming. When I met Tamdi or Ludi is the sun, but this sun is described as the needle that weaves together heaven and earth. Therefore, these names have a great significance. So, Professor, I want to thank you for really giving a brilliant exposition of this question of naming. I hope that when we live here, we will have a national dialogue or even put this on the agenda of the national dialogue about renaming, because we are being insulted through names. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you for keeping eye contact. Colleagues, just to allay your concerns, if there are any, all these speeches are being recorded. You see those people at the back there, they're recording the speeches, and then also those were speeches which are handwritten. They're all going to be reproduced so that you can have them as part of our record. And so don't worry if some speakers cut some of their content, you'll get it, because all those speeches are going to be preserved. We had agreed that what we'll do now is about 10 minutes or so of floor participation. You know, sometimes you don't want to stifle people for the whole day when they're burning inside to say something. So I'm going to invite comments, really, if there's any comment. As I said earlier, not speeches, just comments, so that we can keep it tight. Is there anybody who wants to say, you know, there's been a lot of input the whole morning. Is there anyone who wants to make any comment on any of the speeches so far, or contributions? Yes, Mama, you can. Maybe take this on for the Ruby mind. Okay, sure.
Good morning, honorary people. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Mapata Rampele from the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation. I'm thrilled to see the organization initiating discussions and even initiating a plan on how we should be dealing with what we have in our archives, with what we have as a good memory by the principles we have in our midst. And as the Gauteng provincial government, we know we are the seat of the activities. We all left our provinces to come and continue with the struggle, to come and work on the liberation of the country. And we also serve as the province where most of the memories are enacted. And as a department, we appreciate a lot, and we would like to confirm that we will be working with the team or the organization to ensure that what is even initiated at the other universities is also initiated in the universities here, and we would like to continue to be the partners in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sianda Ngumalolo. I'm coming from a KZN school called Ohlange High School. And that is a school where the grave of Babu John Dube Langalbalele Dube was. I mean, that is where the grave is actually. That is where he is buried. And that is where the first president of the Democratic South Africa voted in 1994. I think it's unique in the sense that it's the only school with a graveyard, you know, inside it. The first president of the African National Congress. Now, you know, when Umamu Balega was talking about American voices against apartheid, as a school, we are working together with some African Americans, particularly looking at the challenges that America is currently facing, the distortion of history, and it is now being filtered. And it is important to us that history is preserved as, you know, it happened. But more importantly to us is, of course, as a school with a lot of history, the making of history as a compulsory subject. That is a conversation that was once held, and I think it was in 2022 when it was said history is going to become a compulsory subject in South Africa. You know, now, when one looks at the youth today and the failure of that proposal, you know, to materialize, one gets hurt, particularly as a history teacher in a historical school, because you also want to create learners who are patriotic. But how do you get patriotic without knowing your roots, without knowing who you are? Of course, we are moving towards technology, and that is what we're encouraging. But I think the dialogue also needs to look at making history a compulsory subject, because I think in some countries of the world, they have made a deliberate decision to make history compulsory. And I believe making history compulsory will cause us not to forget who we are, because we are seen as people who do not know who they are, we don't know where we're coming from, and we don't know where we are going to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll take the last one. I'll take the last. Okay, last two. Okay, Mama, and then welcome. Welcome to you.
Thank you very much. I am Nozabelo Ruth Bengo. I'm here representing the National Development Agency. I'm the chairperson of the board. What I appreciate for being invited here by Usis Balega is that the NDA is mandated to eradicate poverty and its causes. And I found that the work that we are doing as the NDA would not be successful if the NDA does not understand the root causes of poverty. And the root causes of poverty are embedded in us not knowing the history of who we are and how we lived before all the wars that existed. And the NDA at this moment is forging partnerships, is putting at the center of the work of the NDA, establishing partnerships with a special breed of organizations like this one, which would then enable people who find themselves today being defined as consumers of goods and services and providers of labor, and to some extent as beggars who should be sustained through social grants and government handouts. I think this is a very, very important
work that is being done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. Babaka Prak.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, colleagues. I want to put across a proposal to this August House, and I'm going to narrate a personal experience. Heritage, history, all that which we are preoccupied with today is not fashionable. It's not fashionable. Some of the people who are in this craft have abandoned this craft because there are no resources, there's no funding. If you're not located with a university, God forbid, you'll end up doing other pursuits. Arts and culture, which is the custodian of this craft, has many other preoccupations. Sports, rugby, this and that and that. There is no dedicated structure, forum, that is going to take care of the interests of the people who are interested in this craft. Let me give you an example. My proposal also is that position yourself as an advocacy group that is going to hold hands and take along all these young, aspiring, even matured writers. I am abandoning this craft of writing. I have volumes and volumes of documents, material. In the Free State, we spent 7 years interviewing communities across. Even the families of Albert Zola, we discovered them, who died in exile in Russia in 1928. What happened? Because these things were commissioned by S. Makashule. We finish all this stuff. We give them to the officials and to the powers that be. The dynamics of politics. A new regime has taken over. It does not care about the interests of the other regime. You are going to probe the other person, so this thing can as well gather dust. So the long and short is position yourself as a resource, as an advocacy group, also raise resources. Even writers. We used to have a South African Writers Association. People like Don Matera used to mentor us as young people. Where are those forums? Where people, someone with a powerful script. I mean, we've done documents, we've done interviews, I've worked with Sadat. There is material interviews of people who have long passed away that is sitting there and is gathering dust. Institutions such as Freedom Park, I'm unfortunate because I sit in the board of Freedom Park. They have many other preoccupations. There's something called the AG, compliance. Have an institution like yourself that is going to be liberated from the stranglehold of bureaucrats. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba Paki. Okay, I'm going to give that gentleman his last one. He was.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tatoa Mahokodi. I come from Mahikeng. I'm provoked just by a lot of things, but one elephant in the room from all the speeches, the story of Motofatso in the crafting of history that you raised as you introduced Professor Ramos, and I saw that theme carrying itself throughout. And I want to ask myself whether this would not cause what one would call a monocausal ontology in the writing of history, because we would focus more on the elevation of the human being. And the question that is linked to that is, what about the places? What about the animals? What about the weapons that have carried this history? I mean, I was listening on the other day to a historian questioning whether Shaka Zulu, for instance, had played a role in the anti-colonial wars, or whether he was preoccupied with killing other black people. And he asked the question, name the place where Shaka was involved in the fight against white people or rather colonialism. So places are very, very important. And I thought that this is summarized by something that was said by Gampi Gampi a long time ago, when he said, until lions become historians, tales of hunting will always continue to glorify the hunters. So as we craft history, as we lift the role of the human being, I think we need to create a safe balance and not to forget all these other motive forces, not motive forces defined as the ANC does, but all these forces that would have pushed and propelled history to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. On this point of Motofatso, I think you must secure a seat next to the prof during lunch so that you can delve into this conversation a little deeper. Just in closing this session, just on my part, in the last day or two, I read a long write-up on social media by somebody, I don't know exactly who the author was, about Bono song. And it's a long piece, and I found it quite instructive in challenging my own thoughts about the relevance of the song in our context. And what it raises is a theme that is common amongst a number of discussions. It's about the dominant narrative. Who determines or dictates the dominant narrative? Whose discomforts are prioritized about Bunu song, for instance? And why so? So I think this is, when we engage in all these discussions, this question, I think, keeps finding its way in different ways. Colleagues, thank you very much for those inputs. They were spontaneous and they were quite pointed. Maybe, depending on how we do, we might find another opportunity before we close to do the same. It will depend on our progress. We are now going to take in a message of support from the NHC, Mr. Sipeo Masemola. You have 12 minutes or so. Thank you.
Presentation?
No.
Program Director, Papa Mos Mashishi, Honorable Mayor Balagampete, Mama, Prof. Mahobe Ramose, Prof. Matole Motera, Prof. Edi Maloka, CEO and Council of Freedom Park, Vanabarena, ingane zethu njengomama ashilo, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. Nna ke seoko dibeng sa meriti mebedi, mongwe wa maloba mongwe wa maabane, ke seapara nkwe se gata ka boya tau ya marine. Shate ke re shate. I greet you all in the warm spirit of Ubuntu. Wow. What a beautiful theme we have today. Revisiting the past and shaping our future. When are we going to bring our stories alive? How are we going to make heritage sexy? At this point in time, CEO, you know, even in our Orthodox churches, when they greet those on social media. They will greet those that are not here. Please tell me right now, I can greet those that are listening. Because 4th IR is here. Our heritage must play there. Our clothes, quality of food, our family values. The National Heritage Council is exceedingly delighted to be part of this significant symposium as we revisit the past of our liberation history in an attempt to co-create a desirable present and a desirable future. The central theme of this symposium speaks to the essence of how we define heritage, that heritage is that which we construct in the present from remnants of the past for the future generations. In other words, as we, the present generations, have the authority and responsibility to safeguard our heritage for the benefits of the present and future generations. The assemblage of scholarship and knowledge producers in our midst here bear the responsibility to proactively preserve and disseminate our liberation history and legacy intergenerationally for fostering beyond the present generation, so that even those beautiful ones who are not yet born must have access to a rich archival resource of our collective struggles against colonialism and apartheid. In consolidating our liberation history, the National Heritage Council is implementing the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route Project. This is a post-colonial and post-apartheid memorial program for the promotion and protection of the legacy of the struggle against colonialism and apartheid in South Africa. And this has been proclaimed as a flagship program by the South African government through cabinet resolution in 2020. The Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route Project constitutes the South African chapter of SADC, Road to Independence African Liberation Heritage Program, with its headquarters in Tanzania. This is a mammoth task which requires strategic collaborations and partnership with stakeholders across cultural landscapes, as government cannot do this alone. Therefore, our task and mission here is to preserve and promote our liberation heritage. And it is far from being accomplished, and it will transcend across our concerted efforts. But starting this journey is of paramount importance, as it presents the prospects of research, documentation, public education, rising awareness, and sustainable transmission through generations of priceless memory and narratives of the liberation struggle. This is consistent with the UNESCO standards of conscientizing our communities about the importance of embracing and safeguarding our diverse heritage. Heritage is a shared community resource, and therefore it is critical to take it, involve our people in order to instill a deep appreciation, nounced with public understanding of our rich and diverse past in order to shape our future. With these few words, the NHC, we continue to pledge our commitment and support to the outstanding work of NaLHISA in this regard. Once again, we wish you a successful symposium. Viva NaLHISA, viva! Uhuru Africa.
Thank you, Rema Semola. Thank you very much. We are now going to move into the panel sessions. We're going to have the first one. The panel sessions are scheduled for an hour. So this one will take us to 1 o'clock to the lunch. We'll have the first one now. It will take us to lunch. And then when we come back, we'll proceed from there. The first session, the theme is heritage preservation, best practices in archiving and interpretation, exploring methodologies for preserving and digitizing liberation heritage archives. The moderator is Professor Luvuyo Hotsela, and the panelist is Dr. Vuyani Boy and Dr. Tozama April. Prof, you can come forward and take over the session. Thank you.
I think I'm going to wait for the two panelists, and we're going to do it in a sort of a conversation way. Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are respectfully subscribing to the protocols of this all-important meeting. And so I'm not going to go through the list and greet people, but I just want to say, because of Mama, NaLHISA and us are having that strong bond, and we are very happy being here. So it's one of those very, very evocative and emotional sessions. What we're going to do, I'm going to allow the two panelists to do the presentations, but I'm going to just to kick off and allay the fears of everyone here that we're not intending to complicate the discussion. We know how wide-ranging and how diverse the meanings of archives are. So we don't want to get into that. The two speakers, obviously, they may just partly reflect on those diversities because the aspects of provenance and all those kind of things. And what constitutes an archive, because we know it's a variety of sources we're talking about. What's so important, because they're dealing with very technical aspects of preservation, aspects of digitizations, and I want them to take us through those presentations today, because we still need to cling on what we have. How do we deal with those preservation sort of techniques? So over to you. I don't know what's your order of presentation. Who would like to start? The mics, you don't need to come up here. You can present from where you are. Thank you. And if I may introduce them, closer to me is Dr. Tozama April, who is the Senior Curator at the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center, NAHEX, at the University of Fort Hare. She's actually my colleague. And on the other side is Dr. Vuyani Boy, my former colleague too, who is the CEO of Nelson Mandela Museum. And I've worked with Dr. Boy for almost 18 years at the University of Fort Hare. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that very introduction. And let me take this opportunity to greet the House with a most kind of humble kind of beginning that I want to start by acknowledging the presence in our midst of our seniors, abazali bethu. Ngokuzithoba okukhulu ndiyabulisa komama, kotata, abasikhokeleyo, sibukele singabantwana. We're watching from a distance, but when we get to platforms such as this, it is just that heartwarming experience to be in the presence of abazali bethu. people who hold offices of national significance. At times, we have this relationship with them that we own them. It is not at a personal level. You don't even know the person, but you can identify from a distance that they are representing us, right? So there's that. It is that feeling that it is evoking me that we are gathered here. I appreciate that. I don't take that lightly. Just by way of introducing my talk, I heard a lot of reflections on the importance of passing down the history, the inheritance, the culture of our forebears. And I just wish to acknowledge that yesterday we had a very vibrant engagement with schools. How I wish you were here. Yesterday we were listening, we were elders, Tina. We were listening to high school students reflecting on their take on the history, the heritage, the culture. And what stood out in that Mutsecha was the essence of Ubuntu and an African identity. Our children spoke out against xenophobia. They were here expressing their views, that they see themselves located on the continent, but at the same time, they are part of a universal humanity. I was so shocked. We were all, Advocate, you were here, Advocate Manzola, all my colleagues were here. We were so shocked. We were sitting and they were talking. So we felt that at least we may not have everything right, but at least there's something we could see. I'll then pass to really the outcome of the essays. I must state that one of the girls that topped the list is from the Eastern Cape on the best essay, history essay kind of award. So they scooped it. I had no say in it. Fortunately, my colleagues were adjudicating. I was not even there, but it felt a bit heartwarming to see the performance of the kids from the most rural part of this country. Let me pass now to do what I've been asked to do, to reflect on heritage preservation. And I have kind of packed my presentation into two formats. One is going to be a talk and a reflection, but I've also packaged a small digital archival preservation exercise that the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center is embarking on. So I have asked my colleagues over there to help me with the kind of play the video. It's just a small video. Because
what we have here today is an exhibition, first of all, where we draw on some of the research projects that we've been doing, and especially the artistic and creative outputs from these research projects, ranging from the floods in Durban to issues of food insecurity in Mdantsane here in the Eastern Cape. And we're combining all of this, the current research that we're doing, and the outputs of those with the ethnographic collection that's in the Fort Hare archives. So we've taken some objects out of these archives, beautiful old photographs that relate to the topic of water, energy, and food. So I'm in the development studies as a discipline, and we're interested in how we can use science and policy and also activism to improve the lives of ordinary citizens. And from our perspective, how we combine the use of water and energy and food is not just an issue for politicians, it's also an issue for ordinary people. And so what we do is we use research and art and conversations with communities to try and highlight these issues and to bring the world of policy and technical processes a bit closer to ordinary people.
The project actually is a research project that was funded by the National Research Foundation and the Dutch equivalent, which is known as NVO. And the idea was for the partners, and in this case it was University of the Witwatersrand, me and a colleague from University of Amsterdam, coming together with what were called HDI universities. So we partnered with Forte and we partnered with University of Limpopo. I'm an anthropologist. What we were interested in is how do you get information across to people and how do you explore what people understand by water and energy and food other than in, for example, a written policy document. Now, in looking at what was happening with water, energy and food, we were struck by the ways in which people were losing control over water, energy and food supplies compared with the past, and that's why we called it juxtaposition and value. And the juxtaposition simply means like contrast or contradictions, and I used the art that the NaLHISA at this university had in store and thought through what pieces of art would help illustrate the ironies that occur when consumer capitalism takes over. And we've kind of carried through that contradiction in themes all the way through.
So the University of Fort Hare is very excited to be hosting this art exhibition as well as the colloquium. It's hopefully going to be the first of many more to come, where the university can really showcase the wonderful art and artifacts that it has in its collection, and to partner with other institutions in presenting this work in the way that it is.
Well, as NaLHISA, our role is to support, we render, we are a support center. We support research, teaching, and community engagement here at Fort Hare. So when the kind of lead investigators came to view NaLHISA collection, they were kind of looking at ways of accessing the archive at NaLHISA for the exhibition, and it was in the context of us kind of interacting and exchanging ideas on what these resources mean and how best can they be put to use. And I think the exhibition itself is a good way of showcasing what NaLHISA has and the potential that the collection has in as far as informing our research, teaching and community engagement here at Fort Hare. Thank you to the technical support for that. My presentation now, it's tailored on that last part of that clip. Now, our intention is to expand the archive, the repository, beyond storage to activate the archive. So my presentation looks into the question of activating the archive as a means to preserve at the same time. We are trying to integrate the contents of our archival acquisition into academic programs, and not only that, partner with research initiatives that are located in communities. Like our colleague there, Professor Poseidon Hold, they've been working with an NGO that is involved in community gardens in Umdanzane. So there's a deliberate attempt to say, when we talk about issues of heritage preservation, for example, indigenous knowledge about plowing, for example, reclaiming that knowledge. And how do we incorporate our archival acquisitions, which aspect of the so-called ethnographic collection, which we now relate to as cultural objects, cultural resources that are at the disposal of our repository that can be incorporated as learning kind of material. So we've looked into our collection and discovered those beautiful clay pots right? When we talk about utensils, you know, the beautiful kind of designs and different textures. So there's something about the archive that is alive, that is active, that we constantly return to as a way to learn, but also as that which inspires us, right? So my understanding of that aspect of the archive, not as a dead collection of items, but as that which actively lives, that which we learn from. There's that also. So I was reflecting on the activation of the archive. Now, the other aspect I want to talk to is the question of the legislative frames that promote archiving. And here I want to think of archiving as a heritage resource, right? An archive as a heritage resource. And I want to refer to the National Heritage Resources Act of 1999, which provides for identification, assessment, and preservation of heritage. So that is the broad scope within which we operate at NaHEX. We operate within the broad prescripts of the National Heritage Resources Act, especially in as far as promotion of access to the archive. We also mindful as a principle the question of criteria for identification of value. Now, implicit in this exhibition, there was a deliberate attempt to bring about the question of value, the value of the cultural objects that are in our disposal. Is it a monetary value or is it other kinds of values? So there's something about value that we are kind of trying to elicit from our archival repositories. They are not just objects, there's a whole range of other value systems that are embedded in an archive. We acknowledge that. And by acknowledging that, it's a form of preservation itself. For when we go to research deeper about the kind of juxtaposition of these different kind of values, that's where we are able to reclaim that which was discarded, that which was never recognized. For instance, in my interaction with the early kind of cataloging of the cultural kind of collection, I discovered that even inventorying, how these archives were kind of inventorized in our indexes, some of the labeling were not kind of in accordance with the use value of the items. So there's that re-inventorying that begins to attend to the kind of social and cultural capital of the items that we have in our collection. There's also a question of preservation that becomes technical in an archive, right? We acknowledge the relevance of technical expertise, right? And especially as it relates to digitization, right? Within our repository, mainly, which is in an analog form, it's a physical archive which requires major kind of interventions in as far as the preservation of the different types of materials. We have paper-based materials, we have woodwork, grasswork. There's a whole range of different textures, different traits of archival material that requires specialized kind of attention. Each requires a specialized kind of skills. And then as far as digitization is concerned, I want to end off by reflecting on that process of digitization, which in my view, I don't want to limit it to our repository, but I want to now venture out broadly, think questions of digitization in context. Now, I think there are three contexts that I want to map in as far as digitization is concerned. I wish to think of digitization in the context of the global kind of knowledge economy, right? The nexus, like if you think of the digitization in that context, there's a whole shift in the knowledge economy that is invested in digital data, right? So there are people who are specialized in that field. I am not a specialist, but all what I know as a curator invested in an archival repository, my working knowledge of that space is important. I must at all times acquaint myself with developments in that field. And in as far as that field is concerned, one has been invested in investigating these global trends. What is happening globally in as far as digitization is concerned? And I have kind of identified the international context, right? Especially in as far as heritage is concerned. First, by identifying those UN conventions. I'm not going to dwell much on them, but that's an important context for me. You know, as a curator, it is important to understand those kind of global shifts and dynamics at that level, for they have a direct bearing on our understanding of digitization. Now, what has happened within that context, that global context, since the 50s, I discovered that when the United Nations is formed, of course, it's mainly the Western countries that are forming that, right? I'm looking at the conversations in that context, right? Conversations about heritage, they limit heritage to the built environment, right? So we have the Hague kind of Convention of 1954, which makes provision for prevention, for protection of cultural, they call it cultural property, right? But that has since shifted, right? From property, we talk about heritage, right? So there's a significant shift in that conversation. Actually, I can't say it's a shift, it's a tension, right? At times you get people talking about cultural property versus cultural heritage. It's an interesting tension that is live and bringing about a lot of conversations within the archive and museum space. But tracing that debate within the UN kind of conventions, it begins with Western countries prescribing the heritage that should be preserved, right? So in that context, it then is built environment, artworks, and everything to do with the notion of heritage as inherited by Westerners. But what was interesting even within the context of Europe between the two world wars was the acknowledgement of the importance of heritage even in that context. So what we get, conversations about heritage at international level are in a way tainted with the concerns of the Western countries in the aftermath of the two world wars. Their experience of having experienced the pillaging of ancient cities, the kind of displacement of important works of art, right? It becomes a very serious issue for Westerners in the period leading up to the First and the Second World War. But post Second World War, they then converge to realize the benefits of harnessing heritage as a means to promote peace. It's a diplomatic stance then, right? That we can harness our heritage resources as global community to kind of harness peace. So that's the understanding of the United Nations at that level. But they continue with this conversation up until the 70s, right? The debate about repatriation of cultural heritage, which is now gaining kind of momentum, was raised to the UN by a representative from the Republic of Congo, which was then called Zaire. He raised the issue of repatriation in 1973. That is when we begin to see conversation even at the level of the UN taking a different turn now to begin to acknowledge other forms of heritage, that it is not restricted to this built environment, physical environment. We now need to acknowledge the value of intangible heritage. So when we talk about archival kind of methods of preservation, our view of heritage is expansive. Now I'm raising the UN Convention as a background for it has a major impact in terms of the conventions that we subscribe to. When we say South Africa is a signatory to this convention, there are significant shifts that ought to give at the level of the international community in terms of understanding the diverse cultural heritage of the world. So I think from time to time when we receive the kind of conventions, not as a received wisdom, but understanding very well that there would have been individuals, such as the one that proposed to the UN in 73 to say you ought to give recognition to the cultural heritage of Africa as diverse as it is. So it had to take that direction in as early as that period, 1973. So there's that international kind of stance that our archival kind of heritage conservation drive is kind of driven by that understanding. The other context I want to bring, of course, is implicated in the first one. It is that of the continental approach, right? That there's an understanding among Africans that we ought to preserve, and not only preserve, reclaim. I felt like we shouldn't be sitting here. After that input, I felt like my day is gone. I must just pack my bag and leave, because that's what we need. At times, we just need to get that input and leave and go and process, So what we have seen at the continental level, like especially on the continent Africa, there's understanding that we need to reclaim that which was discarded. In my other research, I take interest on questions about acknowledging those aspects of history that were rendered unintelligible. There are those questions that have just been cordoned off from scholarship. When you follow the historical method, it will lead you to a certain way of inquiry. But what happens when you pause, as Prof has alluded to, right? When we pause and reflect on other possibilities, other questions, which are not readily available to us. And I think our archival kind of methods have been attentive to those aspects of humanity, aspects of African identity that have largely been rendered unthinkable. What those artifacts do to us, they teach us about that. And then the third aspect that I want to reflect on, of course, it's the national context. The national context that I want to refer to is South Africa in relation to the rest of the continent, but I want to be deliberate and limit my last input and reflection on South Africa's location within the region of Southern Africa as part of that initiative on the preservation of Africa's liberation heritage. So when we look at our archival and museum collection, it is reflective of the regional kind of location of South Africa. One begins to see a whole range of material that reflect, cultural artifacts they collected as far as Botswana, Lesotho, For me, that speaks to a particular epoch of collection and collating of art, culture, and heritage. But at the same time, there's something about that collection that brings about a different understanding of the geography, right, of Southern Africa. It is an imprint, a very important imprint of the openness of borders that one begins to see when we interact with our archival, especially the museum collection that I'm referring to. Now, as I'm about to sum up and conclude and hand over to my colleague, I must really appreciate the opportunity that we have been entrusted with. As I know, I'm not talking here, my senior is here. When your boss is in proximity, this proximity, there are certain things I shouldn't be saying. He should be saying it, that the University of Fort Hare has now been acknowledged, entered into the list of World Heritage Sites. It's a huge responsibility. I must say, it is a huge responsibility, Mamafu. It's a huge responsibility that is bestowed on us collectively as South Africans. to be acknowledged at that level. That is why, for me, in my presentation, when Prof, you were busy, and my colleague Ayo, spending sleepless nights preparing that submission, we were hopeful, we were hopeful it was going to give, because Fort Hare, by virtue of being where it has always been, the hub of activities. When we look at the people who have gone through the gates of that institution, it's an inheritance. It is a heritage itself, and at times I shy away because, it's easy to feel somehow privileged. But for me, it's a very humbling and a scaring kind of experience to know that you are entrusted with such a valuable asset, not only to the country, not only to the province, but to the world. What does that mean? It means us asserting ourselves, and making that mark in redefining the heritage of the world. With those few words, I must just thank you and then really acknowledge and appreciate everything that has been said here. And I'm a better person going back now. I've learned a lot from this engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Yes. Yes. And thank you, because, there's no time, and thank you, Tozi. It's injury time. It's injury time. Thank you. Well, I won't be academic about it. Just want to have an open conversation. Don't want to go deeper, But before I even speak, I would want to say thank you to Ulrich, because the program that you are doing right now, the academic program, it's something that we started, I think in the it can't be early 2000. But why we started that program of liberation studies?
Colleagues, there's a Mercedes-Benz HR71XV has closed the road, and they really needed to move as urgently as possible.
Yeah, thank you, Puti. The reason why we started that program under the leadership of Professor Wachel and Professor Schai, it was because University of Fort Hare had these liberation archives. And there was a question to say that, are we allowing our university just to be a storage facility for these archives? And the answer was that no, it can't be, but there must be a serious intellectual inquiry, on these archives. So I'm glad that today at University of Fort Hare, there are studies, is it liberation studies? Yes, I'm glad, I'm really glad about that. And another thing which is so important, I think the audience should know that Tozi, myself, and Ike Mamo, I think Ike Mamo is here. Yeah, we are three here. We got our PhDs through mining the archives. Yeah. Noel. Oh, sorry, Putuam. I'm so sorry about that. We are four in this room, including Dr. Noel. There might be others too. But this is what is important. Instead of keeping the archives, of looking at the archives as just another set of document gathering dust somewhere, we thought that something has got to be done. And another thing which is so important that I must share with everyone here. In fact, I want to talk about digitization. That is why you should wait for me. I will take my 10 minutes there. Digitization and digital preservation. I had an opportunity to go to Italy, Reggio Emilia. That is where the ANC was very much active. Where I came across with huge files belonging to ANC. Last year, I had an opportunity to go to Germany, what was formerly known as East Germany. I went to a library there, and I came across with a huge consignment of documents belonging to ANC, gathering dust there. I had an opportunity to go to one of the Scandinavian countries, and again, I saw the very same thing. And when I was engaging with these quality institutions, I asked a question: how do we get an access to these archives? And the question was, are you South Africans serious about your own archival material, which is so important? I said, yes, we are. Why we cannot talk about the whole question of digitization? Can we digitize these archives? And the guys who have sufficient funds, they said, no, we can't even digitize because why? You don't have money and you are not serious about the issue of your archives. So what is important here, and I'm trying to raise here, is that the issue of digitization is very much fundamental when it comes to the preservation of archives. And it is only when we create a very good relationship with those countries that we will be able to access our archives. We went to the point of saying, perhaps we need to create what is called a digital repository, so that even if you are in South Africa, you might be in a better position to access these archives. One of the things that I have done, Prof, when I got to Nelson Mandela Museum, I said, what are we going to do about these 5,500 call it gifts and memorabilia which was given to Nelson Mandela? How are we going to make sure that people of South Africa, they have an access to these archives? And I said, no, let us do exactly what University of Fort Hare has embarked on. Let us digitize these archives. And now we are having that kind of a process. Why? Because we wanted to have the gifts of Nelson Mandela to join the mainstream of the National Archives, so that they shouldn't be, lonely there. No one is accessing them and no one is engaging them. So the issue of digitization is very much important. Now, I can see the task of NaLHISA, that NaLHISA has been advocating for the past 5 years the question of digitization as a serious national project. But it's very sad because digitization is quite an expensive exercise. Therefore, you need to have the private sector coming in. Otherwise, we won't be in a better position to preserve these archives if we cannot digitize these archives. But there comes another burden, which is called digital preservation of the archives. You digitize the archives, but there's still another task of ensuring that what you have digitized is properly conserved. And what you have digitized is properly managed, administered. But unfortunately, it will call for another money, which may be expensive, more than digitization. And that is why it's so important. And that perhaps, well, I don't even understand, because the ANC has given birth to lots of millionaires, but they don't even care about what? Giving back money to institutions like this so that we can go ahead with digitization. And beyond digitization, we go ahead with
digital preservation the most expensive exercise. So now, this is what is important to me, and I want to advocate that. There's a lot of work that we need to do as these institutions to assist NaLHISA, to ensure that this preservation is realized. And I also want to bring this challenge to everyone, that, okay, we need to do what is called a digital preservation of our collections. And it also means that we need to train the young people. And I want to come up with another perspective. It is no use to bring these young people to come and listen to us when you still have their own curriculum, which is not directing them to the archives. It is a problem. So which simply means that there is a serious disjuncture between what is happening, or between what the NaLHISA is trying to achieve and what the Department of Education is trying to do. And perhaps I must ask a simple question. Where's the Department of Education? Is it here? Okay, let me not go there. Now, this is what is important. A proper preservation of this national, heritage rests with the responsibility of all these institutions. NaLHISA, Department of Arts and Culture, Department of Education, and other relevant bodies that can assist you to make sure that digitization one and digital preservation of these archives is realized. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. You just stopped when I was going to say you've got 2 minutes. So you have given us even ample time to start the discussion, because I can imagine everyone would like to get involved. There's so many issues. I don't even want to be the one who's holding people to participate. I can reflect on so many other things you've said. But I just want to highlight only just 2, because they're very, very critical in both your speeches, obviously. Beside what you, Tozi, started with the limitations of what was the United Nations organization and therefore, which in a way, it throws a challenge to a forum of this kind. And I know that NaLHISA, actually, they committed to that. Because if you're going to be talking post-colonial and post-apartheid Africa, you've got to comprehend no African heritages and even embrace those, and they need to be part of broader curricula. They need to be actively engaged on. So that's a very, very critical aspect. It's running through both your themes, although you emphasize quite a lot on the technical and preservation, Vuyani, and even cautioning us about, obviously, the challenge of maintaining a digital archive. What I would say, and assure you, what Professor Ulrich was speaking about as the program on liberation studies, in that program at Fort Hare now, digitization is actually the fulcrum for that, because it's already understood that these records have got to be easily accessible, even if you are going to put them as part of curricula. They have got to be easily accessible. We won't chuck away the physical archive. It's still very, very important. Obviously, you won't be able to digitize without that. But obviously, digitization brings another element. But it also brings the element of how you even control that archive. So there's so many other things at play. But let me just open up, because we have got a few minutes leading to lunch. And I know that other people would like to comment exactly on this panel. There's Prof. Mashaka. I enjoyed your talk, by the way.
Thank you, Prof. I think, Professor, we must start with the colors of your dress. The colors of your dress, black and white. That black stands for Ntu and white for Ra. And Ntu Ra is Virgin Mother of light. And then you have chevrons, like the women who wear the beads. You see, it's something like going like MMM, which stands for water. And now, if we can then say, all these are inspired by our ancestors, and the ancestors also inspired the liberation movement, which means that when we archive the liberation history, we must start with the people, because what the people do culturally reflects the spirits that inspire the liberation. Take the, a chief group of mine, a comrade from the Eastern Cape. She wears different dresses all the time. What's the name again? Penny Majuti. She wears different and all have designs on them. But nobody cares to say, all these designs, what do they mean? You look at the Zulu women, the Amandebele here. So I'm proposing, therefore, that in the digitalization, let's look at the people first. You will see the print of the ancestors who inspired the liberation struggle.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. April and Dr. Bowie. I want to comment more on the digitization and digital preservation. Thank you for raising a kind of awareness of the huge challenges in digitization, because this is a term we say a lot, but there is need for action. And when the action comes in, comes responsibilities, funding, and support. You see, I'm emphasizing the issue of support because, okay, support brings funding. So digitization is a very expensive endeavor. But in this the latest industrial revolution, it is an absolute necessity. Going back slightly to Dr. April also, there are rules, policies that also governs that. But at the end of the day, when you are digitizing, you go through stages. And then digitization is something that starts and ends. What is continuous is the digital preservation. And that actually, on the long run, is even more expensive. Countries, this is not to scare, this is just to prepare. Countries have started and they are far ahead in this endeavor. Prof and I were in Cambridge last year. There is an archive center that is like NaHEX, called the Churchill Archive Center at the University of Cambridge. They are the holders of the Winston Churchill collection and a little bit of Margaret Thatcher collections. They have other collections too. They have also embarked, and they also have the same challenges. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to prepare ourselves for this journey. We do not have any choice anymore now, but we need support from leaders in the organizations. You see, the archives unit, I will say, is one of the units that gets ignored the most. I'm not going to be shy to say it. They get ignored the most. But yet, when they need to be dug out of trouble, they quickly run to them, then they become the most important. So I am just using this forum that if we are, as a country, even as a continent, to embark on this digitization, and digitization, like I say, is just an exercise. It starts and it ends. Then after the real work starts, digital preservation. We need to train more people. We need to also, there are courses that we need to also open our youths to, so that they can learn all these skills and join. It's a continuous, it's a train. It can't be stopped. So that's just what I want to add to this.
Thank you. Mine is a comment slash concern or caution. And maybe it's coming a little bit from my own PhD journey, where I worked with African healers in the Western Cape. And afterwards, I realized it was important to engage with certain heritage sites and structures. But again, because we exist in this funding scarcity, and especially in higher education, but arguably throughout this space, there was more of a push to do the digital sort of reflection and reviews. And some of these sites, in my case, were available in the form of digital archives, which was, I think, a benefit. But I'm reminded of also what some of the earlier comments about even this space that we're in and the spirituality that it embodies. And my concern or the caution is, how do we ensure that the digitalizing doesn't replace the physical engaging and embodying with these spaces that we have to actually participate in, because watching something from a screen versus being physically there and engaging with what your participants have told you, the memory, the remembering is, I think, far more impactful and more important than engaging only through the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is on digitization, or my comments. I am an IT specialist as well as an archivist. So I've been doing digitization. I've built an AI model that actually extracts, I know for research, is what, where, and when. And we get about a 90% hit rate. So in time, I believe that AI can actually play a bigger role in digitization. The second thing is digitization is very expensive. I've been contacted, we're working with NaLHISA. Since then, I've been contacted by 4 community archives. People that has been in a struggle, they want their stuff digitized, they're too poor to do it, they don't have the funding, they need the NaLHISA help to achieve what they want to achieve. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to the 2 good doctors for the input. And I just wanted to say the government of South Africa around 2023 had passed a resolution on digitalization. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture took this thing to cabinet. And I remember the president saying, it is expensive, but we must start somewhere. We can't not start because it is expensive. My problem then is that it sits there at the cabinet level, and the people that are supposed to actually digitize are not aware that there is that resolution. The resolution was passed by government. 2023, that decision was taken immediately after there was fire at the University of Cape Town. And when the parliament was burnt, we passed that decision. Now, I just want to, because there is no coordination, and I thought the archivists here sitting, they should take note of that and see how do they put pressure on government to make sure that that program starts in earnest. But what I wanted to check with the two doctors is that how do we make sure that as we embark on that, we are able to preserve the intellectual property? Because there is problems in terms of making sure that these archives are maintained in such a way, not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry just decides that they own this. I just want to hear your thoughts about that. How do we make sure that we are able to protect these archives? Thanks so much.
Hold them on that. You're not going to answer now. Just wait. You can come, CEO.
Thank you. Chairperson, not CEO. Mine are very simple. First, we complaining about availability of resources. How do we monetize our heritage? How can we monetize our heritage so that it is then able to sustain itself? And then number two, and it goes to also the digitization and the use of AI. AI is quite creative as well. We can create voices and all of those things. How do we ensure that it is true? How do we verify that what is said through AI, through digitization, through creative means represents the truth in terms of our history?
All right, we are a couple of minutes to lunch. So you've got those 2 minutes actually to respond to what has been thrown on. If I may just add on what has been thrown in, I know I'm just trying to broaden the dimension of the discussion. You don't need to answer today because the one thing, we all befriend archivists. Iodel spoke very passionately, probably maybe stating his case. I'm a historian, but I use and work with the archivists, so I respect very, very well what they do. One other aspect I would like to bring in the light of Prof's address this morning, the importance of orality. We have got this challenge of getting to those surviving social memories. That's another aspect. We tend, when we think about the archives, we tend to exclude that. Well, right? You can reflect on that as well.
Thank you, Prof. I didn't get your last part of the question.
The orality and social memories, how significant they are.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll respond to the question by Umamafu on how do we protect our archival kind of repositories, and especially when we digitize. And I think for me, the life cycle of an archive, for example, begins with your kind of effective records management system, which then gives you the provenance of the document, for example. We know where the document originated from. So it gives us that starting point to get a sense of ownership. For example, if we were to talk about questions of ownership, we would have known where that document originated from. From there, the trace of that document would then, how it got into an archive for it to be part of an archival, if it's a collection, an item, whatever it is. So there's that kind of provenance of documents, of archival acquisitions, artworks, artifacts, that we always being attentive to get to that question of ownership and protection of intellectual property. But where it becomes tricky, it is when you embark on a digital kind of project, digitization project, that has not been kind of, the terms and condition of that digitization were not negotiated properly. Because in that contract, when, for example, you contract an external kind of party, because we always rely on those expertise, the terms and condition of that, you don't lose your intellectual property by virtue of commissioning someone else to do your digitization. That would then be communicated as well as part of the terms and conditions of the contract. There's this interesting reference I always refer to in the UN kind of guidelines on digitization. They talk about the question of ownership, that advanced economies, that's where they talk about the question of digital a deficit between advanced economies and the emerging ones. The argument there is that those advanced economies, countries from these advanced economies, have the moral obligation to assist in digitization. However, that does not take away the question of ownership. So those are kind of, whenever we get kind of experts coming to assist, the terms and conditions of that digitalization must be communicated so that we don't lose that kind of ownership of the items by virtue of, because you also place restriction whenever you digitize. Whoever is digitizing has a trace of what, you know. So when you embargo that item, it means they cannot use it as well. So there are kind of guidelines on how to digitize that have been sanctioned by the international community that we can utilize, and then of course it varies in scope and in the purpose of your digitization. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to visit this question of intellectual property. It's quite a complex issue, and I'll tell you why. For instance, there was this moment when I was using a particular photograph, a rare photograph of Utata. Then I put it on the website because I was trying to achieve a particular, objective. So I got an email all the way from London. And then that person said, no, take off that photograph. It is my photograph. You know? So the issue of intellectual property is very complex. It's difficult to resolve. Even you look at the archives of the African National Congress. There are individuals who were not even, some of them, part of the struggle, but they happened to take a particular photograph. And the ANC can't use, to a certain extent, that particular document or photograph or image, because there's this individual who's looking to make millions out of it. Another issue, it is the issue of the metadata. Metadata is very, very important. And I'm worried because the veterans, those who were involved in the struggle, Mamushope, they are dying. And they're dying with knowledge. How are we going to balance, the issue of metadata and also attrition, the natural attrition that is happening right now? The leaders from PAC, from AZAPO, from ANC, BCM, they are no longer there. Where are we going to get the metadata to support the knowledge that we have? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to lunch, but we'll be guided by the program director.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you for everything. Thank you, colleagues. We understand that the kitchen people are still getting themselves sorted out. So what we are going to do with the consultation of the two following panels, Dr. Seth Cooper and Dr. Jane Mufamadi, we are going to swap them around because Dr. Seth Cooper has to be elsewhere this afternoon. So we're going to take that panel now, Dr. Seth Cooper panel now. I know that there may be a bit of rumblings in your tummies, but I think Seth Cooper, I know him to be very meant of his weight. I think within 30 to 45 minutes we'll be done with this session, and then we'll go to lunch. So The panel that is coming now, it's session 3, which are swapping to session 2, and it says, future collaborations, the role of historians and artists in shaping the future. Examining now how historians, artists, and cultural practitioners contribute to the evolving narrative of liberation heritage. Thank you. I'll leave to the moderators to manage the panel. Thank you. Good.
Mandla, are you around? Yes, you said you'd be 5 minutes, so you can have 6 minutes in the session. And we have a replacement for the other speaker. So if you come forward, please. I won't waste too much time, colleagues. Ndiabulisa nonke. Mandla Seloane is an activist and an intellectual involved in a variety of projects from his early 20s. I won't give his age now. And he's worked in Cape Town and up in this part of the world where he hails from. He has degrees from the then RAU, but that was his second degree. His first degree was my alma mater, UNISA, and he's got a DPhil from Stellenbosch University. So without much ado, I'm going to ask Mandla to raise the controversial issues that need to be raised. Over to you. Use this.
You see how people get set up. I don't know whether it has to do with setting me up or it has to do with Comrade Seth's illiteracy. I don't have a DPhil. He is misreading things. It's an MPhil, not DPhil. And
promoted you.
You promoted me. Okay, thanks. And it's also not true that I committed to speak for 5 minutes. In fact, I protested because when I was invited, I took you seriously and I prepared. And now to be told that I can only speak for 5 minutes, I was actually going to donate my time to my colleague because I'm not willing. I mean, I took you seriously and I expect you to take me seriously.
You've lost 1 minute of your 10 minutes.
Okay, by way of introduction, I will skip that. That gains me the 1 minute that I have already lost. And then the second item on the paper was working through the terms used to frame the topic. I will skip that also. It gains me another minute. And then I want to spend some time on the term culture. I am starting with culture deliberately, although it is the last concept mentioned in framing the topic. The reason for that will become clear in a moment. Culture is what undergirds the work of cultural practitioners. Therefore, it is necessary to have a working understanding of what they are involved in. Now, in an essay titled, As My Father Used to Say, Mkangwani cites McGee Rees as follows, quote, "Culture is a learned, socially transmitted heritage of artifacts, knowledge, beliefs, values, and normative expectations that provide members of a particular society with tools for coping. And then he proceeds as follows. He says, quote, everybody has a culture, no matter how simple it may be. And two, to the extent that every human being participates in one culture or another, every human being is cultured, which means I am cultured. You will see the significance of this as we proceed. Now, we must accept, therefore, that there is no stage at which any group of human beings might be without a culture. Therefore, the indigenous people of Africa had culture before the voyages of discovery started in the 15th century. And then I want to spend a minute or two on the word art. The term art is notoriously difficult to pin down to a definition. However, in our definition of culture, we have already made reference to artifacts. Most, if not all, of such artifacts are the work of art. Therefore, there is a sense, in my view, in which one cannot talk about art outside of the scope of culture. In an essay titled Science and Technology Development Through Indigenous Art, Isibor cites Taylor as follows, quote, culture is the production and accumulation of men's art and works, including the material objects produced and the meanings assigned to them, end quote. He proceeds and develops his argument as follows. Art originated from man's urge to express himself, to communicate his ideas and feelings, and to put to practical use materials available to him, hence the term applied arts. The third essential aspect of art is the power to inspire both the producer and the observer, end quote. As such, therefore, we can accept that art is a form of expression. It can be in the form of paintings, it can be in the form of sculpture, it can be in the form of music, literature. It can be produced for the purpose of entertainment or for simple appreciation, or it can be produced for educational purposes, alternatively, to mobilize people for a particular cause. And then I want to look at the term history. The stock in trade of the historian is history, but what does that mean? We can try and keep things simple and say history is the study of past events. After we have simplified things like that, we still have to grapple with at least three difficulties. Difficulty number one, study the past for what purpose? Why do you want to study the past? For what purpose would you be studying the past? Difficulty number two, since we do not study all past events, what are the decision-making rules for selecting what we document and what we don't document? Because we don't document everything. So what are the selection rules that we use in deciding we will document this, but we won't document that? And problem number three is that history is not merely the collection of facts from the past. It is also an interpretive enterprise. It is also an exercise in organizing those facts in a particular way. Historians generally suggest that the reason for studying history is so that we can develop an understanding of how current realities evolved, but also in order to place us in a position where we can predict the future within limits, of course. Now let's proceed and address the topic. In addressing the topic, maybe I can skip that because that was part of my protest. Yeah, yeah. Now, the first issue I would like to canvass or to spend some time on is culture. I want to suggest that any talk about culture from the standpoint of national liberation must have as its starting point the works of Amilcar Cabral. In his lecture, the Eduardo Mondlane lecture, which was delivered on the 20th of February 1970, he had the following to say, quote, history teaches us that in certain circumstances, it is very easy for the foreigner to impose his domination on a people. But it also teaches us that whatever the material aspects of this domination, it can be maintained only by the permanent organized repression of the cultural life of the people being dominated. In other words, if the colonialists were going to maintain control over us for a very long time, it was necessary that they should suppress our cultures. As Steve Biko put it, it was necessary for them to present us as uncultured, so that we would have from time to time to refer to them as a point of reference. But let's continue with Amilcar Cabral. In fact, to take up arms to dominate a people is, above all, to take up arms to destroy or at least to neutralize, to paralyze its cultural life. For with a strong indigenous culture, foreign domination cannot be sure of its perpetuation. At any given moment, depending on the social forces, it may give rise to resistance on the part of the oppressed. End quote. But let's look at what Frantz Fanon had to say on the subject. Quote, colonial domination, because it is total and tends to oversimplify, very soon manages to disrupt in spectacular fashion the cultural life of the conquered people. This cultural obliteration is made possible by the negation of national reality, by new legal relations introduced by the occupying power, end quote. Okay, there's a vehicle KX46YZGP. Kindly remove the vehicle from where it's parked. Thanks, and I'm told that this has earned me another 10 minutes, that announcement. But the point about Amilcar Cabral is this. Amilcar Cabral argues that it is actually a mistake to think that the struggles for liberation are an instance of so-called cultural renaissance on the part of the people who struggled for liberation. What he argues is that the opposite is actually true. In other words, what he says is our cultures were suppressed in the metropoles, but they took refuge in the rural areas. And in those rural areas, they informed the people in the metropoles about what used to be, and therefore the possibility of what could become again if people became liberated, and hence the struggles for liberation. Now, an illustration of this sort of thing can also be found, I think, in Nelson Mandela's original No Easy Walk to Freedom. I'm not speaking about the one after Robben Island, I'm speaking about the one before Robben Island, in which he tells how growing up in the rural areas of the Eastern Cape, he used to sit under trees with old people, and how he used to listen to their stories about what used to be before white people came, and what was destroyed, and what might be possible to restore through the struggle for liberation, and how all of that information influenced the decisions he made about his own involvement in the liberation struggle. Now, if our indigenous cultures survived colonial obliteration, and here I think I must once again pause and make reference to Steve Biko, because one of the things we learned from him is that it seems our cultures have been obliterated, but in fact they have not. And then he speaks about how black men would appear respectful to white people in the open and curse them in the privacy of their toilets. Now, if our indigenous cultures survived colonial obliteration, we have to suppose that the normative expectations they embodied also survived colonial obliteration. The normative expectations conveyed, among other things, how people ought to treat other people. These normative expectations were irreconcilable with the way in which we were treated, and proceeding from those normative cultural considerations, it was therefore inevitable that at one point or another we would embark on some liberatory effort. What about artists? We have already pointed out that art is very much a part of culture. Therefore, the consideration in respect of culture must be extended to the arts. In South Africa, we have had a rich tradition of artists using their craft to advance the cause of liberation. Gerald Sekoto, Ernest Cole, Peter Makubane, Ingwapele Madingwane, Maisha Maponya, Simon Mashiangwako, Miriam Makeba, Leta Mbuli, Kaifas Siminya, Abdullah Ibrahim, Hugh Masekela, Jonas Kwangwa, Gibson Kente, Mbongeni Ngema, the musical group called Malo Poets, the Makhene Brothers, Ray Piri, and the People's Experimental Theatre, which Comrade Cooper will know a lot about, are all just few examples of the cultural activities which people embarked upon in order to challenge the status quo. Now, we said art includes literature, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time here. Comrade Mokhube has spoken about writing, the written word versus the spoken word. I'm going to be delving a little bit into that. Now, we said that art includes literature. We must dedicate some considerable space to this one. People who have concerned themselves with the history of writing say the advent of writing occurred about 4,000 years ago. In other words, 4,000 years ago, people did not write. We only started writing approximately 4,000 years ago. Now, the big question is why? Why did people have to learn to write? Why did people start writing? Now, an attempt was made by some to explain the phenomenon of writing as a necessary condition for science. Indeed, it has been argued that the expansion of science in the 19th and 20th century would not have been possible if people did not already know how to write at the time. But the problem about this explanation is that science and writing did not arise at the same time. When science arose, writing had already been established 1,000 years previously. So there's still a need to understand, why did writing emerge before science emerged? Now, here I would like to quote Jacques Derrida, who writes as follows, quote, it has been known that the power of writing in the hands of a small number of people is always contemporaneous with hierarchization. It is at the same time a distinction into groups, classes, and levels of economic, political, technical power, and delegation of authority, power deferred and abandoned to an organ of capitalization. Now, the point here is that writing was introduced as a handmaid to the need to oppress people, as a handmaid to the need to exploit people, as a handmaid to the need to enslave people. Now, when the voyages of discovery, the notorious voyages of discovery, and every time I use voyages of discovery, please understand it's in inverted commas. When the notorious voyages of discovery were set in motion in the 15th century, the written word was already the handmaiden of powerful people. As the scramble for land outside of Europe gained traction, there was a real possibility that European nations might go to war with each other as a result of the competition for land grabs in faraway countries, or places rather. The two major competitors were Spain and Portugal. Now, on the 7th of June, 1494, Spain and Portugal signed the Treaty of Tordesillas under the auspices of Pope Alexander VI. The treaty allocated all of the land outside of Europe to the east of the meridian to Portugal, and all of the land to the west of the meridian to Spain. There was only one proviso. Portugal would gain possession of everything to the east only if Spain had not already grabbed it, and vice versa. Spain would gain everything to the west of the meridian only on condition that Portugal had not already grabbed it. Now, by the stroke of the pen, literally, Portugal was given the whole of Africa. Spain was given the whole of America by the stroke of a pen. The written word in the form of the Treaty of Tordesillas sealed the fate of indigenous populations in the affected areas, but it did not extinguish the greed of European nations. It did not stop European countries from wanting a piece of the lands which had respectively been given to Portugal and Spain. And so the tension continued between European nations. Now, how did they resolve that? Because there was a real possibility of war looming among European countries. How did they resolve that? How did they resolve that? I couldn't possibly explain it more eloquently than the Supreme Court of America explained it in the year 1823. And here's what the Supreme Court of America said, quote, "On the discovery of this vast continent, the great nations of Europe were eager to appropriate to themselves so much of it as they respectively could. Its vast extent offered ample field to the ambition of an enterprise of all, and the character and religion of the inhabitants afforded Europeans the excuse to consider them like children who needed to be supervised." Now, this is what the Supreme Court of America says. "The potentates of the old order found no difficulty in convincing themselves that they have made ample compensation to the inhabitants of the New World by bestowing on them civilization and Christianity, as if we asked for those things. But what they are arguing here is that we have civilized you, we have introduced you to Christianity, and that is more than enough compensation for your land, so we can grab your land on the basis of this." Now, this is the judgment of the Supreme Court of America. Now, we know only too well, coming closer home, we know only too well how the power of the written word played out in South Africa. It starts off with the production of pseudo-historical texts aimed at legitimizing land theft. And so we are told that when Europeans came to this part of the world, they found a lot of empty spaces which they occupied. But of course, as it would ever so often happen, there would be people who would challenge this narrative. There would be people who would say, no, but there were people in these pieces of land. These pieces of land were not empty as you are telling us. Then we get to experience the naked power of the written word. Europeans legislate as follows: all land which is occupied by non-Europeans is terra nullius. And what do they mean by that? They mean the land is without an owner. All land which is occupied by non-Europeans is without an owner and is therefore available to Europeans. And because the written word said so, it was so. Then there is another narrative which retains currency even as we speak today. The narrative that the Bantu-speaking South Africans are not aboriginal to South Africa, that the Bantu-speaking Africans are not indigenous people of this part of the world. The narrative says that the aboriginal people of South Africa are the San to start with, and perhaps with a little bit of luck, also the Khoi, but the primary owners of South Africa are the San. Now, the drama group called Bahumuzi met this argument with a song in 1987, and the name of the song was Hoina, Hoina, in which they proclaimed, quote, "Asifikanga apa, we have no history of arrival," end quote. But now, outside of song, how do we meet this thesis that black people like me, for instance, are not aboriginal to this place? Now, I must enter a disclaimer before I try to examine this question. I am having no fight with our San brothers and sisters. They are not responsible for these theories. So nothing that I say must be interpreted as me locking horns with our San brothers and sisters. In trying to formulate the response to the narrative that black people are not indigenous here, we must start by attaching appropriate weight to the fact that it is one narrative amongst many narratives which are aimed at alienating black people from South Africa and which have been discredited. So this is not the first attempt. It is one in a series of attempts. We must attach appropriate weight to that. And then, having attached appropriate weight to that, we must try and understand this thesis. How do the people who push it, how do they try to justify it? Now, in trying to do that, in trying to understand that, we must also understand that Europeans came into contact with the southern part of Africa only in the 1490s. Before the 1490s, they had no contact with this part of the world. And therefore, that raises the question, how do they know who is Aboriginal and who is not Aboriginal to this part of the world, given that they only came here in the 1490s? But first, let's point out, Vasco da Gama docked at St. Helena Bay on the 7th of November, 1497. He recorded in his diaries that he met the Khoi people, whom he referred to as the Hottentots, in 1497. Now, he arrived at what we call today Natal. He arrived at Natal on the 25th of November, 1497. And he wrote in his diaries that he met Bantu people who are generally called Tsonga in the literature. He met the Tsongas in the first few weeks of 1498. Now, then historians tell us that Vasco da Gama does not say anywhere that he met Bantus around St. Helena. Now, I must pause here for a little moment and emphasize a point, because you see, the same people who are saying black people, for instance, AmaXhosa, were not aboriginal to South Africa. The same people are saying AmaXhosa were descendants of the San. Now you tell me what is happening here. But now, and they say AmaXhosa were descendants of the San because of the cliques that characterize isiXhosa, and they compare that with the cliques of the San language. Now, here's my question. In the year 1998, there was a conference in preparation for the World Conference Against Racism. It was held in Cape Town. And the comrades from Brazil were complaining about Nelson Mandela and saying Nelson Mandela thought that the language of Brazil is Portuguese, and they were saying, we don't speak Portuguese in Brazil, we speak Spanish. And we expected Mandela to know that we speak Spanish. Now, here's the issue. If in 1998, Mandela couldn't firmly distinguish between Spanish and Portuguese, how would you expect Vasco da Gama in 1497 to distinguish between isiXhosa and San languages? And then, of course, they say the Portuguese met black people for the first time 15 years later, that is about 1547. It was only in 1547 that they met black people for the first time in South Africa. Sorry. Now, in trying to understand this, we have to understand that South Africa could easily have been colonized by the Portuguese. The reason South Africa was not colonized by the Portuguese is this. When the Portuguese landed in the Cape, all they saw was mountain after mountain. And they didn't think there's anything which existed behind the mountains. Now, historians document that what they said was South Africa is not a place to visit or to interest oneself in. It is a place merely for passing by on our way to India. That's how the Portuguese saw it. Now, if we accept this, and this is documented by Miller, 500 years, History of South Africa, 500 years. Now, if we accept that this was the disposition of the Portuguese, you tell me, how on earth were they going to encounter black people if they only confined themselves to this side of the mountains and never entered the interior? Where on earth were they going to meet black people? You have to ask yourself that question. Now, the inquiry then seems to suggest that historians have not been able to produce direct evidence in support of the thesis that black people are not aboriginal to South Africa. The thesis, therefore, is an inference drawn from other considerations, which we will talk about in a moment. But before we talk about them, let's say, in itself, the practice of drawing inferences from certain phenomena or from certain facts is not an illegitimate way of conducting an investigation. It is an acceptable way of conducting investigation. But we have to insist on two things. The first thing we have to insist on is that the facts from which the inference is drawn must be proved separately. Only after those facts have been proved and established can we draw inferences from them. That's insistence number one. Insistence number two, in drawing inferences from certain facts, one has to show respect for the rules of logic. You must not draw inferences in an illogical way. Now, those two things we must absolutely insist on. Let's proceed. Paleo and anthropologists say San people lived here 20,000 years before, for instance, black people could arrive. So they tell us that before black people could arrive here, the San were here 20,000 years ago already. By contrast, they say, the Nguni Bantus arrived some 4 centuries ago. Now you compare 20,000 years with 4 centuries. By the way, 4 centuries is 400 years. Now let's examine that. This claim is obviously problematic because we have already indicated on the basis of the very history that Europeans have documented that Da Gama met black people in South Africa 527 years ago, and 527 is a higher value than 400 years. So the claim that Bantu-speaking South Africans arrived here 400 years ago, it cannot stand even on the basis of the history as Europeans have documented it. So we can expunge that out of our history pages. But the question remains, what is the evidence in order to support the assertion that the San lived in South Africa 20,000 years before the Bantu-speaking people came in South Africa? These people who make this argument, they look at the rock art that was left by the San, and they say the rock art which was left by the San in Namibia goes back 26,000 years, right? And then they say in South Africa, it goes back 8,000 years. Now you see there's a problem already. If you are saying the San have been here 20,000 years before the Bantu-speaking Africans, And you say the evidence for that is the drawings which they left on rocks. But the drawings which they left on rocks goes back only 8,000 years. You can see the problem already. You can see the problem of logic that I was speaking about. But there's another problem. And here's the other problem. If you try and trace the art of rock painting in South Africa, the same people tell you that it goes back 3,000 years ago. Now, if it goes back 3,000 years ago, the Sen can't have left it 8,000 years ago. It's simply illogical. Now, and I'm rushing through this. The third difficulty I have is 8,000, the difference between 8,000 and 28,000. It's a huge value. It's 20,000 years. The difference between 8,000 and 28,000 is 20,000 years. Now, just remember, they say the Sen were here about 28,000 years before the Bantus. And then they say the rock art which they left goes back 8,000 years ago. Now, we have to ask the question, what sort of research is this which allows for such a wide range in mapping the timeline it seeks to convey as reliable? I will ask that question again. What sort of research is this which allows for such a wide margin, a whole 20,000 years, in mapping out a timeline which it wants us to accept as reliable? Now, there's an article by Pierre Bourdieu, the title of which is The Specificity of Science, Scientific Field and Social Conditions of the Progress Reason. And he writes as follows, quote, as a system of objective relations between positions already in previous struggles, as a system of objective relations between positions already won in previous struggles, the scientific field is the locus of competitive struggle. I think Professor Ramuse has alluded to this point. Science is a terrain of struggle. Now, okay, but what Pierre says here basically is, in this struggle, which science is, the word of certain people is privileged. There are people who, because of their expertise in a certain field, occupy a socially privileged position. And if they say things, we are expected to accept what they say because it's privileged. Now, what I want to argue is the scientific methods for dating rock paintings is a complicated business. And the skills for that resides in people who practice that science. Many people sitting in this room today will not be able to do that sort of thing. But here's what I want to argue. The fact that we might be incompetent in applying that method does not mean we are incompetent readers of the finished product. The fact that we might be incompetent in applying those methods does not mean we are incompetent in reading the finished product. And we must assert ourselves there. We shouldn't defer to them. I'm finishing. With reference to the historical part, which is the last bit on the paper, I'm going to skip some of the stuff that I was going to argue if I had more time. But I will indicate that history is written from different paradigms. You don't write history. We don't all write history from the same paradigm. There are paradigm differences in the writing of history. Now, George Lukács says that from the Marxist perspective, we don't write history only from the perspective of what happened in the past. We do that, yes, but we also look at what is happening presently and try and understand what sustains things today as we speak in South Africa. Now, for instance, if we were to look at the question of land, the land question in South Africa today, we would not only study the wars of dispossession which were fought in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. We would not only look at the trickery Europeans used in order to dispossess natives of their land. We would not only look at the Land Acts of 1913 and 1936. We would not only look at the banishment of Africans from certain areas in South Africa in terms of the Native Administration Act of 1927. We would not only look at forced removals in South Africa in terms of the Urban Areas Consolidation Act of 1954. We would look at all those things, yes, but we would insist on knowing what are the interests and social forces which keep the land problem in South Africa as it is today, as we are speaking. That's what we would do. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is, you see, when people write history, they don't just produce a compendium of facts. There's an analytical aspect to that, we have said, but there's also the way in which they organize the facts. Now, I want to refer you back to the events just before the Blood River, so-called. You will remember that our history says, in fact, it portrays Dingaan as an irrational person who calls people to party and then says to them, put your guns outside. And then, like a bolt from the blue, he says, Bulalani Abatagati. And his impis descend on the Afrikaners and kill them. Now, you see, time. Okay, I'm finishing. If the facts, you must ask yourself, suppose these facts were packaged a little bit differently. Suppose, for instance, that attention was paid to Zulu traditions, and part of the traditions among AmaZulu is that if I am your host and I show you hospitality, you don't roam around my house at night. You don't do that sort of thing. And amongst the Zulus, if you do that sort of thing, it's considered to be witchery. That's why you are roaming around. So just think for a moment how, if the historical facts were packaged differently, how that would have affected social relations differently in South Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Colleagues, lunch is ready. Before it goes cold, let's adjourn for lunch and continue afterwards. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we'll have lunch now, and we'll have the next lunch is an hour late. So I will appeal to everybody that if we could be back here, let me just check the time. Yeah, let's just have 30 minutes and be back here. Thank you very much. Next in our program is a panel that was switched over. Is session 2 in our program. The panel is moderated by Dr. Janet Mufamadi, and the panelists are Ms. Palisa Moleshwa and Advocate Nobuhle Mazolo. Can you please come forward? We have an hour for the panel, and 1440, yeah. So we'll end at 15:35.
Okay. Good afternoon. I promise you we'll have exactly an hour or less. It is my honor and privilege to introduce the next panel. I'll start with Advocate Nobuhle Mazolo. She's a Pan-African advisor, and we are really honored to have her today here. She's a seasoned strategy consultant, governance expert. She's an admitted attorney of the High Court of South Africa, obviously a daughter of the African soil, a spiritual being, and she brings a wealth of experience. She has over 23 years of experience across more than 10 African and various European countries. Ms. Mazolo has advised multilateral institutions, governments, and grassroots organizations on legal, governance, sustainability, and development strategy. And her portfolio spans sectors including liberation, heritage, transport, education, finance, and she has worked extensively with the World Bank, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, Santaco, and she was the first female advisor to its president. And she has also been involved in UN agendas. She is the current strategic advisor to NaLHISA Board of Trustees, and her work at NaLHISA has led to her being the voice on heritage-based governance. I think it's a subject that we really need to learn about. She has recently led initiatives to digitize South Africa's liberation archives, to develop inclusive archival policies, and a new upcoming project of integrating oral history into the National Strategic Framework. Let's all welcome her. And finally, we have the voice, the VIP. Palisa, I was just saying, you have been here before, and I'm really looking forward to listening to her. She's the Secretary General of the Central SRC at UJ. She's also a member of the BRIC Student Commission, and she is the Gauteng chairperson. She's a member, of course, of the South African Student Congress. I think that's when you came here, you were representing them. And she's also the regional fundraiser. Let's all welcome Palisa Moleshwa. I think also the subject that we are now focusing on, it's quite one of the critical aspects of this colloquium. The issue around community involvement, the issue around how, as we work in this sector, as we preserve liberation heritage in particular, but heritage in general, how then do we make it authentic? And I'm excited about the general theme, revisiting the past, shaping the future, because it reminds us that heritage preservation is not just about keeping archives on the shelves or monuments. And I think some of the speakers have touched on. It is about ensuring that our communities, and especially our young people, carry forward the spirit and the stories that defines who we are. But I think also as we look at this, the question is, how do we ensure authentic, and I'll say authentic because I do know there are various forms of involvement, grassroots involvement in heritage preservation. And as we gather here today, I'm doing this by way of contextualizing what we are going to discuss. We recognize the importance of preserving our cultural heritage for future generations. But I think what we are looking at here, and I think some of the challenges have been raised. We're rushing towards digitization as one form. But again, we had an awakening to say, how then do we preserve that process? How do we ensure you move with technology as technology changes, as technology evolves? And in fact, when Dr. Boy was speaking, I was reminded of Freedom Park. We do have what we call the Pan-African Archives. And we have some of the most outstanding collections. For example, the Midu ensemble collection we have here. You will know Professor Serote, the former CEO, was heavily involved with that, with Prof. Khositsile as well. We also have the full collection from Germany, the Eric Singh collection on international solidarity, and many other collections over time. We have a collection by President Kaunda, President Chisano, and many others on international solidarity. We are part of the International Digital Ephemera project that is led by the University of California, where many countries are. But with some of the infrastructure that we had here, we had an awakening as technology evolves. Some of the infrastructure we have on digitization has become obsolete. So you always must move as things change for relevance. So as we focus on this issue about community involvement, the realization is that without local voices, without local knowledge, without local pride, our preservation efforts risk becoming hollow. And heritage, it is our view, must live in people's everyday lives and not in institutions. I think Ma Mbete, as she was speaking, she raised this aspect of institutions vis-a-vis the people, the involvement of the communities. And the question is, as Freedom Park and as Nelson Mandela Museum and many other institutions, this wealth that we have, for who, for what, and how? Are we preserving for the sake of preserving? Does the community have access? And I think as we start, and I will give my panelists to start, but I would like to urge that we make this a bit interactive. So I'll give them a chance to do opening remarks, and we will do follow-up questions from what they say. I just want to plead that as a panel, I was just telling the main program director that ideally, speakers that comes after keynotes should not speak longer than a keynote address. And I checked, our keynote speaker took at least 20 minutes. So I hope if we are longer, it will be 20 minutes of speaking, and then we can follow up where necessary. Yes. So we have been given an hour, but we should be able to wrap up. I think for me, generally, as you open, my questions will be, in your experience, what do you think have worked and what has not worked when you try to work and involve local communities, especially in heritage preservation? And what do you think are some of the effective ways that we can raise awareness on the importance of heritage preservation among local communities and especially young people? I think we did speak about local people? And how do we build partnerships so that it is not us just going, but it is a process of co-creation of knowledge, but process of preserving our own knowledge so that the communities don't feel like we're feeding them, but they are part of preserving their own knowledge, their own heritage, their own cultures. So it's not us telling them what must be done, it's actually them teaching us what needs to be done. So that becomes an authentic process of community involvement. And I will stop there. I will come if I need to follow up. I will start with advocate.
Okay, allow me. My phone with my notes is dying. Can I use the laptop to charge so long? But good afternoon, Honorable Valeria Mbete, Chairperson of NaLHISA, Trustees of NaLHISA, and CEO and the council members, and all protocols observed. So, okay, can you just allow me to, I just need to charge this. Thank you. Okay, so first and foremost, indeed humbled to be here to reflect on the critical work of memory and its powerful anchor, an anchor that heals and mobilizes our collective identities. So we are revisiting the past and shaping the future in liberation, heritage, preservation. So the opening thought I had, and luckily one of the speakers said, is the African proverb that says, until the lions have their own histories, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. Today, as we sit here, we are actually the lions. And we must also be the historians, the archivists, and the truth tellers. And you will see here the motto of NaLHISA actually says, sharing the authentic story of South Africans' liberation. So I liked it when our guest speakers spoke about homoloquins, the speaking beings. At the heart of the session lies a profound philosophical truth, the concept of the speech, the storyteller, the human being as one that speaks, who narrates, who remembers through language. It is speech, not merely biological existence, that makes us human. Through speech, we declare pain, we name injustices, we call out to our ancestors. But most importantly, we constantly demand recognition. To archive our struggles, then, is to dignify the spoken word. It is to institutionalize memory in motion, to ensure that what has been said, sung, shouted across generation is never silenced. In today's digital age, platforms such as podcast, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook have become powerful tools for capturing and preserving the spoken word, ensuring that our narratives are documented, archived, and permanently across the World Wide Web for hundreds of millions of years to come. Those are powerful tools, Dr. Mufmadi, that are possible, and we can use those without spending hundreds of millions of rands that we are actually looking for at NaLHISA to actually document this history. So let us reflect on how these three, memory, identity, and place, are fundamentally shaped by voice. Memory is not neutral. It is shaped by who is allowed to speak and whose words are recorded. That is memory. Most importantly, identity is a function of narrative. How we describe ourselves and how we are described by others forms our identity. A place also becomes sacred through stories. I mean, today we heard that we're actually on sacred ground. And this sacred ground will be told through the stories of how it actually emanated. So battlefields, prisons, churches, taxi ranks, kitchens, those are the most physical spaces where the narrative actually speaks to the landscape. So the archive is not a vault of old documents anymore. It is a site of political contestation. In our South African context and across the continent, the struggle to archive is the struggle to affirm the following. Number one, that our liberation movements were led not only by the famous, but also by the forgotten. That the story of the ordinary person on the ground and their struggles have been forgotten. Also, that our communities contain a wealth of unrecorded wisdom, resistance, and cultural survival. And most importantly, our townships, our rural areas, our spaces, our border posts across the borders are of historical significance as a place where our history is embedded. So whose speech then counts? As people of voices, it is not gender neutral. We have also heard that women's voices also have been interrupted. They've been silent, muted, and confined in a domestic memory. Yet it is women who have also preserved our stories in lullabies, in song, in kitchen conversations, as grandmothers who tell those untold stories. So as someone who works in governance and regulatory reform, I have seen how memory or its absence changes the future. I'll give an examples, the issue of land restitution. This has caused a lot of hinges on remembered occupation. So if you go to court on land restitution, you will hear you won't see people giving you documents that they had title deeds. It's the stories that have been told through time of how those people migrated, lived there, and the stories of the area. That is powerful from a legal point of view. Urban planning also fails when it forgets forced removals. What most of us don't know, that as we sit here in Pretoria, we are actually sitting on the Ndebele Kingdom claim. It's a huge claim, but it's been tucked away, never to be surfaced. But that land claim sits. This is the whole of Pretoria, most of the Transvaal in actual aspect, but that can never be reclaimed. Why? Because of the laws that have shaped or what the laws are today. So archival justice is not a luxury. It is a prerequisite for legitimate governance and existence, particularly that of our liberation heritage. So what does this mean for NaLHISA? So I'll attempt then, Chair, to actually answer a part of your question. What does this mean for NaLHISA and all those that partner or are engaged with NaLHISA? It means that we have to support community-led memory projects, and there's quite a lot, particularly if you look at the youth. You are looking at the youth coming up with very amazing cultural song and dance, etc. Although quite futuristic, it's got the Western touch, but you can always see how they actually try and express their identities, whether it's through amapiano or whatever it is. But if you even look at that mapiano music, it literally has a history of a South Africa that has evolved through time. So we are saying we need us then to use these voices, this art, as a form of mobilizing oral history units, digital storing, storytelling and archival mentorship programs. So we can, using the tools we have today, shift the future, particularly with the younger people. If you bring them to a symposium of this nature, they'll get bored at listening to story after story. But put the music, put the art here, you will see a different outcome. I think we experienced that, Dr. April, yesterday, where they were singing. There's this song, I didn't even know it, but they've got this beautiful song of a strong identity, and it was quite meaningful, and wow. Yes, but I've always listened to Mbete when she says, the young people. Yesterday, what we saw was a new revolution, and my storyteller there, beautiful. Thank you so much for all that work. But we are saying there are already community-led projects. However, we are not coining them to tell a story of who we are as a people. Curriculum reform, this is what we're trying to do at NaLHISA, integrating these archives into school. I think Dr. Boy actually spoke about that. To say in the schools, these archives need to make sense. They need to be not only marginal topics, but they need to go to the core. Go to China, go to India, go to South Korea. A 5-year-old can tell you about who they are. Go to our schools. A 5-year-old will not tell you who they are. They'll tell you their name, they'll tell you where they live, but they will not tell you their origins. It says there's something wrong. Also, what does this mean for NaLHISA? It means that we also need to harness modern technologies such as AI, we heard that earlier, to explore and engage with liberation heritage, enabling broader reach and deeper connection than ever before. Because the future we are going to is not one where you go to a library or you go all the way to Umtata to see the Nelson Mandela Museum. It says that the children want to get there, put on their 4D glasses, and suddenly walk into the 1976 revolution and see it and feel it within this 3D. Is it possible? Of course, it is possible. And above all, it has arrived. It is here. So we need to use those tools as best as we can to shape this future and this work that we are doing. Also, strengthening legislation and intellectual property frameworks is impossible because this ensures that we are protecting, preserving, and promoting liberation heritage. In most instances, the law does not really talk to what's happening on the ground. We have to advocate, we have to actually make sure that what we are doing, the work that we are doing, actually finds its way into policy frameworks. So we need to ensure that there's cultural ownership through legislation. We need to make sure that there's historical recognition, because sometimes we actually have cultures that are dying. We have cultures in South Africa that are dying, and they're dying whilst we're still alive. So in closing, we say that if we fail to archive our struggles, we risk repeating them. In isiXhosa, they say, isiqhelo siyayoyisa ingqondo. Isiqhelo siyayoyisa ingqondo. When you do something repeatedly, it becomes a norm, whether good or bad. So that's the natural mind. So we need to be careful of the history and the stories we're telling, because one day they can become the truth that is not truly authentic. So in honor of our authentic stories, we need to ensure that the African voice, defiant, poetic, wise, resonates beyond the grave, into policy, into the classrooms, into our communities, into our very own homes. The African proverb that I'll close with says, when the drumbeat changes, the dance must also change. The drumbeat has changed. So our dance then needs to be different. So today we change the beat. Let us archive our struggles into not in silence but in speech, and not for nostalgia but for power. Thank you.
What a powerful presentation. As I call Palesa just to reflect, and maybe you should reflect, because my question will be, do you think the current laws and legislations adequately assist in the preservation of heritage? She said something very important. Memory or its absence can change the future. Let's ponder on that. Palesa, you can go to the podium. Or you're free to if you want to say it. But you're young. Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Palesa Moleshiwa. I am a student activist. I am the newly appointed Secretary General from UJ as a whole now. I'm used to saying UJ, so it's a campus. I'm also the chairperson of BRICS SC. I'm just here to say, when I got the topic today of heritage as a young person, the first thing that came to my mind is, do we even have heritage these days? I think we have such a cultural gap when it comes to heritage. I mean, growing up, we used to dress up for Heritage Day. We used to have cultural events. We used to know who we are or our roots. But these days, we grow up and we're faced with things like gender-based violence or crime rates. And I think the reason why we are at the place that we're at is because of the cultural gap. First of all, I see there's a lot of, I don't want to be offensive, but there's no youth representation in this room. And the reason that we're here today is because of that gap. The youth is not here to preserve. I think, Madam CEO, we should start saying, teach the youth about the heritage, not just preserve, because what are we preserving if we don't know anything about our heritage? We've become, in our local communities, it's been a thing of crime. It's not fun anymore. It used to be really fun. We used to play traditional games. We used to compete with things like that. But right now we are a generation that is deteriorating because we're focused more on social media for the wrong reasons. I heard the latter speaker speaking about podcasts and YouTube and stuff like that. That can be a powerful tool. But if you can look at our generation, I'm not proud to say, but most of our podcasts don't speak to heritage or cultural preservation. Instead, we are a youth that is focused on gossip, on content, on groove. I was speaking to my friend that I came with earlier that at least we have a preservation of food, our traditional food, which is a good thing. But the only way that I knew about it, or that is carrying on today, is through Mukhodu Monday, which is groove culture. So I just wanted to point out that before maybe we speak to the youth about cultural preservation or heritage preservation, we should go back to our communities and teach them. I attended the Rise Africa Indaba last week, and it was full of the youth, people that are very ideological when it comes to preserving heritage or making Africa great again. But what I noticed is that we were just a community of people that already know the answers. The people in our communities that we should be advocating or speaking to don't know. So there's a lack of communication and representation in townships, in the rural areas, which is also not assisting us when it comes to cultural or heritage preservation. Another thing that I'd like to touch on is Black identity. I think back then we were, or maybe your generation had the privilege to know Black consciousness. You had the privilege of learning or understanding about your Steve Biko and Black identity and how important it was. In our generation, we've forgotten what Black consciousness is. In fact, we are deteriorating from remembering that being Black or being African is a privilege and it's an honor on its own. When it comes to cultural gaps, as part of BRICS, I think we are doing very well in terms of integrating when it comes to Brazil or whichever cultural exchanges that there are. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, yes, I'm learning about the Ethiopian culture, but do I know much about where I come from or my roots? Am I now focused on international relations more than even focusing on my roots? Because what am I going to teach the children or my generation that comes after me? I also wanted to say, it is important that we have community engagements. So maybe, Madam CEO, next time when we have such events, let's invite the local people in our community so that they can at least have an experience of understanding what cultural preservation is, or even heritage, or even activism within our communities, because I feel like we don't have positive role models in our communities anymore. It's a thing of we grow up from there, then we move. We don't go back to give back. So I think that is also one of our biggest problems. And then I'd also like to touch on storytelling, the importance of storytelling. I remember growing up, my late grandmother used to tell me stories about how she grew up or how her culture was, and it's very different to ours. But I think as older people, maybe if we can hold such events or programs, because they shape us. I mean, I don't think gender-based violence was ever this bad in our country. I don't think the crime rates were ever this bad in our country, but because we do not understand where we come from, or we have an identity crisis, or maybe we are facing challenges or mental health issues, because we can't even say as a woman you don't even feel safe in your country. Getting home safe is a privilege now. So I think maybe if the older generation can bridge the gap between the youth and themselves and teach us how you grew up, teach us how you had such great leaders like your Khizani, late Khizani, so that at least we also have an understanding. We don't have to just navigate this life by ourselves. And also, another way that we can preserve our heritage, I think the most important way, when it comes to our generation, is entertainment. I go watch theater sometimes, and I can see that we learn a lot through maybe arts and culture and music and dance. But maybe I have the privilege to do that, but maybe another person doesn't. So it's a thing of, do they even know that there's acting that can speak to storytelling? I think the most important thing is communication amongst ourselves, amongst the youth, amongst the older generation. You are wiser. And maybe if we can have programs that speak to the community, with the community involved, maybe I think that could assist a lot. I'd also like to say, just in closing, that maybe if you and me or whoever who is in this room can commit themselves to believing that Africa can work and will work, and we will be part of the generation to make it work, I think maybe we can go very far. Thank you.
I'm definitely sure that with leaders like yourself, we will do that. Palesa raises some very pertinent issues. Firstly, she says, before you speak preservation, teach us this heritage. And maybe my question to you as you reflect is, what do you think are the effective ways that we can teach young people about heritage? As you reflect, I think she said something also very important, that maybe the violence that we see in our communities is due to identity crisis or mental health issues. I think let's reflect on that as I come back to you to reflect on the issues. Do you think, obviously we are free 31 years into democracy, do you think the current laws adequately assist, covers, and support the preservation of heritage?
Thank you, Chair, and beautifully presented, by the way, Palesa. So on the issue of law, so if you really look at it, South Africa has got one of the most progressive legislation. I think when it comes to paperwork, documenting, reporting, we are one of the top countries in the world, but we have gaps. And those gaps starts from implementation. We see that our laws are not translating to what it should be on the ground. Hence why I think earlier Chairperson Maligambete spoke about the DDM model, which now the government is trying to say, what if we reverse this progress and actually start implementing from the ground? The law has done its part, but what do we do to actually implement? So we do have legislation, the National Heritage Resources Act, we've got the SARA, we have ample laws and regulations. But if I had to ask this room, how many of us actually know the legislation that governs this part of the work. I'll tell you, CEO, only 10% of us, unless you're working with it, you do not know it exists. So that in itself is problematic. So I think a lot more could be done. And with the law always requires change management. If you don't take the law to the grassroots levels, you workshop it, you explain it in a language that communities and ordinary people understand. It's a law for, legislative purposes only. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's one issue that initially was raised, and both of you actually raised on it. And one person sitting in this room, the chairperson of the National Heritage Council, is also my chairperson, my council member. Technology and technology. So I want us to reflect, how can we leverage on technology to preserve heritage? As you reflect, Palesa, I'm going to take on the floor because I want this to be interactive as well. Prof. Mutsecha, and I've noted you.
I like what you are saying about bridging the gap. I've been at VETS several times. You have cultural associations organized by students. The most advanced is the Ndebele one. You have the Zulu, Pedi, Venda, and so on. They engage with cultural issues. But the non-participation of the majority of the students, because they want to do politics. They think if they're active politically, then they have a better chance to move into senior positions in the political organization. So the students are doing a disservice to themselves. So I'll say, in your position, please promote participation of students in cultural organizations. And secondly, the question of Black identity. You know, if we can hold a referendum today and say what should be the name of South Africa, the youth will say Mzansi. What is the meaning of Mzansi? And then also we mislead you as the elders, because black, the concept of black is a political concept that we wanted Africans, colored and Indians to be in the black conscious movement. But we cannot sacrifice our African identity. The Indians in this country call themselves Indians. And the other groups call themselves their original name. But we prefer to be black. You and I, I'm sure, we're not that black. So I think African identity is important. And where we talk about black consciousness, we should now talk about African national consciousness as a basis of Africanism and Pan-Africanism. And thirdly, the whole question of what Mama Balega has guided us to say, let's go to the people on the ground. And that's why she influenced me to talk on the African monarchy. Because the kings and queens, the traditional healers, are the custodians of our cultural heritage. But we marginalize them, we imprison them in houses of traditional leaders and give them cell phones and cars. They forget their real work. Now, I'm talking to the defense, saying that we should talk to Mama Balega. If NaLHISA can partner with the Defense Force, and my institute, Kara Heritage Institute, will be interested. And because the Defense Force every year celebrates the Defense Force Day and so on, then bring the kings and queens on board, because those are the people who wage the struggles of resistance. But we tend to talk, when we talk liberation, we start 1912 with the ANC, but 100 years before, people died, fought. We know South Africa, there were no those wars in the Eastern Cape. The Khoisan people, who I don't like that word Khoisan, because Kibatwa, Kibarwana, they are an African people. And this thing that is brought now to say, no, these are indigenous people, they own South Africa, the Bantus came somewhere. This is just nonsense, is what that Manda was talking about. And now with the coming, I finish, with the coming of a G20, I am part of the organizing committee of Interfaith. The Americans chair a meeting sitting in America. We must be here. They overrule us. They tell us that they are producing guidelines on indigenous people and traditional people. We say, what's the difference between traditional people and indigenous people? Who are indigenous, who are traditional? So I think we must occupy the space. Otherwise, this G20 can be used to define us, for us to be defined from Washington, other than us defining ourselves, as President Becky said some other time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for such insightful inputs. Yes, madam, then I'll go back to Palesa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. It's an honor. There's an issue that really touches me, is the grassroots of communication. Radio currently is the most spoken, touched medium in South Africa and Africa. SABC is, as much as everybody says SABC is a brand that is really respected, not only in Africa, but globally. This is a tool that should be used. Community radio stations, they play an absolute vital role in communities. And this is where NaLHISA should be supported, whereby we have living stalwarts, like our chairman, Mambete, who comes from a village herself, who elevated herself, went through to East Africa, came back, and worked her way through. These are the type of conversations that our children are waiting to hear. And then in terms of museums, I'm very glad that there's partnerships with museums. The spoken word itself is a museum. The tapes are museums. The oratory are museums. When people talk about museums in Africa, they want to talk only about figures and figurettes. But we need to start archiving the speeches that were spoken. Those are very important speeches, because as much as everybody will quote Martin Luther King, there are people here in South Africa who really spoke the word. And our children, when you're talking about gender violence, will understand that there was violence meted upon us, before. And now we are free. Why are we incubating violence in our communities? And then to escalate it to that is municipalities. The municipalities play a big and major role in society. So the convergence of technology, be it radio, be it Wi-Fi, broadband, and satellite, this is where you really need Africans playing a major role, not just in disseminating the information, but being in the backhaul of it. That way we'll be able to get our heritage. And then lastly, I know music is a big thing. I was in Tanzania, and when people talk about music from South Africa, our music right now, the Amapiano music, is a brand. And that's our brand. And that brand right now is being disseminated in a way that our children need to encapsulate and inherit that brand. So there is past, present, and future museums and heritage. And let's not forget radio. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was a mouthful. And I think I will take Palesa and I'll come back to the audience. I think let's reflect on this concept of meaningful community involvement. What has worked and how should we do that so that there is that meaningful and authentic engagement on the grassroots level? Palesa.
Okay, thank you. I think I've learned a lot in this room about African heritage more than I have at school. So I'll start with the education system. We are busy learning about Hitler instead of learning about African things or things that will benefit us and our identity. So I think education is very important. And then when it comes to our communities, I have a strong belief that our communities are the way that they are right now because there's no programs or events or something to help them because they are bored. I mean, we are dealing with a South Africa that has a high unemployment rate. So people will start looking into other ways of making fun for themselves or maybe like engaging in activities that they shouldn't be, like drug abuse and crime or even gender-based violence. So I think maybe if we can start with community programs. I remember growing up, we used to meet up every weekday around 4 to play drums or skite or slalom plasan and stuff like that. And I think that assisted us in preserving our culture or what we are or whoever we are. So I think maybe our programs, educational programs also may also assist, and also entertainment like drama, musical, theater, things like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Advocate, before I take the speaker, maybe as you reflect and as we will be moving towards closing, as you reflect, one thing that we see NaLHISA has done successfully is to bring everyone together. The partnerships, the collaborations. What else do you think should be done? Do you think this has been effective, and how so? And what are the challenges that needs to be overcome? There was a hand that side? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So the one thing we are good at as a people in South Africa is forming commissions, forming agencies. We have hundreds and thousands of those. When we have a problem, you form a commission. That's what we do. But what we are not doing, there is no synchronicity and coming together of like. So when we looked at it to say, if you're looking at liberation heritage in South Africa, you have to go through 1 million pages to eventually get the full story, because you'll go to O.R. Tambo Foundation, there's one story there. Nelson Mandela Museum, Nelson Mandela Foundations, etc. So you don't get this story that is one. So hence why NaLHISA then, we call ourselves the aggregator of all institutions in South Africa, in Africa and beyond, who are carrying this authentic story, so that when it's all amalgamated in one, we are hopefully telling one authentic true story. So what we should do more is collaborate more. I think in our collaborations, Chair, we are seeing that we then say, okay, what does Freedom Park have that actually brings into the fold what we wanted to do? Yesterday, for instance, we saw how NHC played a huge role in actually doing the commissions with the young people, you know, but they're also coming from a different perspective, and most of them had never actually heard about NHC. So if we have more of these partnerships, collaboration, hopefully we'll start looking at this golden thread that runs through one story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is quite wonderful, and it is also encouraging to see the diversity of institutions sitting in this room, because as each speaker was talking, I was like, oh, that for Freedom Park, we must do that. So the learning and the weaving of the story to make it one coherent story, a South African and an African story. Madam, you can come in
Yes,
now.
thank you very much. My name is Mani Molefe, and maybe let me make it clear. I'm not talking on behalf of Mpumalanga government, but I used to work there. And one of my duty was to identify the heritage site in the province. And the Heritage Act was too silent about accessing the heritage sites, because these sites are in the farmers. We couldn't even go inside, and we were talking about it and say, why can't the Heritage Act, maybe in collaboration with other departments, and look at that? How do we access these heritage sites? They are in there, but they are in the farms. In order to go there, I must phone so-and-so to contact so-and-so in London, in wherever, because it's his farm, so that we can go inside. If that was, those heritage sites, they are there. Okay, some of them, they are well maintained. Others, maybe they need more development and revival. But I was looking at what Dr. Mtsecha was saying. Dr. Mtsecha, we can look at the date and the appropriate name. And that bright day, we make it Heritage Day. We go and visit the sites. Local tourism, we go on that Heritage Day. I don't know what date is that Dr. Mtsecha was talking about, but we go and visit these heritage sites and make them alive as part of community organization, as part of everybody knowing about where are these sites in this country. Because some of us who are sitting next to them, living there, but we don't know it's a heritage site. The second thing is that I was listening to the speeches, and at some stage I thought maybe we need a body that will verify our heritage, history, and all what was spoken about today. And as NaLHISA goes on, maybe they need to look at that, maybe in the provinces and later nationally, we have a body that can verify, so that we don't repeat what happened and we get those histories that tell us what they want us to learn, not what it is. And the other thing is the issue of interpretation. You listen to the radio station and say, today we are going to talk about Indoda Aikad. And they bring psychologists to come and, the whole thing is that Indoda Aikad, it's in Sizulu, but you listen to the radio station and they're talking English, and they bring psychologists that the men don't have to cry. They can, talk about issues, and maybe they need some therapy, and though it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. Also, I know people will understand them differently. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that men don't cry. I mean, you seeing the tears coming out. Let's look at that. How do media interpret our language? That interpretation always takes out of the real meaning. You hear, there's a lot of things that I can talk about. The other thing is that our media will go back to our heritage and talk about, do you think Lobola must be banned, must be demolished and all that? And people who will be talking there, they don't understand what is the significance of Lobola, what needs to be done and all that. Our own radio stations, I think NaLHISA need to look at that, the media, especially on issues of interpretations. There's a lot of languages. They just put a topic there and then they take it as is written and they want to discuss it nationally for about an hour or 45 minutes. You listen to it, really, it takes us back. And this is what our children are learning, and which is not correct. The other thing is that I'm happy that the issue of indigenous heritage practitioners, it's also part of this because there are so a lot of people that are involved. And once we recognize them, we know about them. And then when we do our community meetings and all that, we're able to name and show whatever that is there. And I know that in other parties that Mpumalanga had this indigenous games, which was one of the things that I heard one of the speaker talking about. I don't know if maybe other provinces have that, but it's one of the things that, you know, this heritage doesn't only belong to one thing. It's so vast. There are so many things happening, and those things need to be recognized, revived, promoted, and you know, a lot of things can happen, especially of tourists on Heritage Day. Then NaLHISA or other institution can promote that day to be a tourism to heritage sites. We have them all over the country. We hear about them. I know some of them have not been there, but those that I went even outside the province, we have a lot of them. So the only way, it is us who have to remove that Pride Day and make it Heritage Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm going to take you and come to my panel to close as I promised to be on time.
I'm sorry, I want to just try and concretize Comrade Balega's proposal about the grassroots to take forward what the two panelists have said. You know, on the 1st of May and the 2nd at Kara Heritage Institute, we had a symposium on the decolonization of the African mind for self-reliance and self-sufficiency. The Minister of Traditional Affairs was there, kings and queens. We agreed that what is needed in this country is a cultural revolution, not transforming these things that have been happening. A revolution, because Comrade Balega will remember that one comrade said to us that we're the majority in the country as African people, but we're a cultural minority. And now, and you can't change that situation through transformation or reform. You need a revolution. Luckily, the term revolution should be acceptable because we're still engaged in a national democratic revolution. Now, if we want to go that route, we must kill the silos, as you propose, and we suggest that NaLHISA, which is also not non-partisan, it will be able to bring together all the forces in the country. Then NaLHISA takes the lead, and we get all other cultural organizations then to work under NaLHISA, Freedom Park, Kara Heritage, and others. And then we go to the Defense Force. The Defense Force wants to work with the kings and queens, especially those who were leading the wars of resistance, so that our history doesn't start in 1912. Our history goes back. Because, you know, the question of land was raised here. Now we are talking about food security, insecurity, without addressing the land. How do you get food security unless you have a piece of land? So 87% of the land is still in the hands of a minority. 72% of the farming land is still in the hands of a minority. So we really need a revolution, and that revolution cannot happen without addressing the land question. So, Mepalesa, I'm suggesting concretely that if NaLHISA is coordinating these cultural role players, and then we bring the Defense Force, we bring the kings and the queens who are the custodians, and according to you, we link up with the district development structures on the ground. And that will ensure maximum participation by all our people. Then we can have training platform, Bansa, where we have it digitally, we have it a contact, and every church and municipality can be a training forum. So we can sit here and teach, link up with the whole country and get the youth to go to churches and municipalities. And I think we can go somewhere. Values, we talk about Ubuntu. I was quarreling with some professors yesterday. They say when you talk values, there is dignity, there is Ubuntu. We are saying Ubuntu is an overarching value system. The rest derive from there. Then Ubuntu, Ubuntu, Votu, Vunu is actually gives expression to African humanism. And African humanism is above all the things we teach in the churches because it transcends tribe, race, creed, and all these things. So I appeal that we consider getting NaLHISA to be the lead agency, and then all of us become supported structures. We develop a national program that will be built to the whole country digitally and otherwise. But lastly, I agree with Mabaleka because I went to Botswana twice. Gaborone, Lobatse, everybody talks about the work that she did with Comrade Wali on heritage. And they say, but we no longer see them. So until we agreed, without your permission, that we are going to have a cultural liberation route starting from Gauteng, linking up with the Northwest, going into Botswana, getting into Namibia, and Zimbabwe and Limpopo. So I'm trying to commit you so that you don't pull out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our time has run out. Unless you are burning, maybe just 30 seconds each, just to close. And thank you so much for that to the audience.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My last parting shot is that I think in my statement I said we are all lions. In each and every one of us, we carry a story. It is up to us how we are individually documenting those stories, whether it's a story from your grandmother, whether it's the photos that are sitting at home, capture them, put them somewhere digitally. They will find their way somewhere into telling the story. And lastly, to answer your last question, Chair, you said the digital age. The digital age is going faster than any legislation can document. That is the reality. So the important thing is how we harness the now. What is the content that is going into these digital platforms? Because as parents, these children are actually way smarter than us. They put in content that we don't even know until it's too late. But maybe we can play a part and encourage them to say, come and shoot me. I'll tell you a story. Then you say, upload it. We need to be involved smartly so and be ahead of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think my last remarks would be that please include the youth in this cultural revolution. We also have a culture of our own. So I think that could help bridge the gap. We have AI, we have fourth industrialization, we have smart ideas that could be integrated into our heritage and preserving our heritage. So when NaLHISA takes that step of leading the conversation, please don't forget about the youth. Please can we see more youth empowerment and involvement? And can your doors always be open to the youth or the community for us to just come and educate whenever we can? Thank you.
Thank you so much to my panel. Program Director, I hand over.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those inputs, and thank you for staying within the timelines that we had agreed. Colleagues, it's been a long day. We are now at the close to the wrapping stage. We have last three items which are not long. The first one is to bring Ms. Matimba Changala from Afrexim Bank Afrexim Bank has been the pillar of NaLHISA. The chairperson talked about 5 years of existence. I think we can say we owe a lot of that to the support that Afrexim Bank has given the organization. When we were meeting this morning, when we started, I think, Ms. Matimba, you mentioned that South Africa is about to sign to join up with Afrexim Bank. But Afrexim Bank has been supporting NaLHISA long before that. So we are really thankful for that, and please come and say a few words.
Which one is that up and down? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on protocols already observed. My name is Matimba Changala, as the MC highlighted, and I work for Afrexim Bank, the African Export and Import Bank that is headquartered in Cairo, Egypt. We are a trade finance bank. We're a multilateral trade finance bank with 54 participating African countries and 12 Caribbean countries. So we cover Africa and the Caribbean. And just to say, I think, Madam Bete, thank you so much for the invitation to the bank, and warm regards from EVP Kanayo. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here, but she sends her regards. And I have to say that it's been a very enlightening event for myself. But also, I think, aligned to what everybody has been talking about today. What I'm about to talk about is something that was conceived originally by the Organization of African Unity, at that time, what is now called the AU, African Union. And though it was established in 1963, in 1971, the Organization of African Unity thought that we needed a platform as Africans where we could promote intra-African trade. So there was a realization that for Africa to develop and for Africa to move away from poverty, we needed to develop what is known as an intra-African trade. And so they developed a plan for what was called the All Africa Trade Fair. Unfortunately, it didn't materialize. We picked it up as Afrexim Bank. So Afrexim Bank has been in existence in 1993. So that just highlights the importance of keeping our heritage and documenting information. I think a theme that has been resonating throughout today. And in keeping with that theme of basically revising the past and shaping the future, we as Afrexim Bank picked up this initiative that was started by the Organization of African Unity, today called the African Union. And in 2008, we established the Intra-African Trade Fair. And this platform is a collaboration between the African Union, the African Continental Free Trade Area, all aimed at trying to promote intra-African trade. We understand that for Africa to develop, we need to trade amongst each other. And statistics have shown that regions that trade amongst each other develop more. So, for instance, intra-African trade on the African continent is only 16%. But our colleagues in Europe, they have about 54% of intra-African trade currently happening. All other continents and regions are higher than Africa. And so this trade fair was established just for that. And we are working on looking at tapping into the 1.4 billion people on the African continent and the 3.5 trillion of GDP that the African continent is said to have. So the objective, I'll go quickly, and forgive me for skipping some slides. I know that I think that somebody called him the prefect. It will be on me. So allow me to skip some slides, but I think I did highlight the objective is really to try and promote intra-African trade. It's a platform that we use to promote trade, to promote information. A lot of African countries do not know what is traded in Africa. You know, when we think about a good that's not in your country, the first point of call is China. Okay, if my South Africa doesn't have this good, it's obviously there in China. If Zambia doesn't have this product. So we are providing a platform for Africans to know what is produced on the African continent. We are providing a platform for you to know what are the trade regulations in those countries, what are the customs regulations in those countries, to allow for the movement of goods and services across the borders. And so that is part of the objective of this trade fair. I would just highlight some of our figures from the time we started the IATF. So the first one was in 2018 in Cairo, Egypt. You will see from our numbers that we've been progressing steadily. So we started with 1,000 exhibitors. This year we'll be having the Intra-African Trade Fair in Algeria, Algiers. It'll be from the 4th to the 10th of September. And you can see that the figures that you see on your on my far, I don't know from which angle, but the ones on 2025 are the figures that we're targeting for the trade fair. So you'll see that now, as at the last trade fair we had in Cairo, Egypt, we had over 1,935 exhibitors. We received over 28,000 visitors, and we had participation from 130 countries. So countries take up pavilions. So South Africa, for instance, will take up an exhibition space. They usually take up one of the big exhibition spaces. And from those country pavilions, we get at least 130 in the last trade fair. So this year, we're hoping to get 140 plus. So that for that number to be that high, it means that we get exhibitors from outside the continent as well. With the 54 African countries, we get, for instance, last year, the last one we had Switzerland, the UK, and various other, China, India, will all put up pavilions at the trade fair. And in terms of deals, the last one generated 43 billion worth of deals. This year, we're targeting to at least exceed that number. And so it's a multi-sector event, so we get visitors from across the spectrum, so from government to private sector, NGOs, they're all part. So everybody in the room here is invited. I'm sure you will fit into one or two of those categories. And then this is just some of the sectors that we try to promote, but it's a multi-sectoral trade fair, so you're not limited in terms of the sectors. As long as there are tradable goods, there are legal goods that you're trading in, you're welcome to the trade fair. So I would just highlight some of the main components of this trade fair. So this trade fair encompasses what we call a trade exhibition. So like I highlighted, countries can take up a pavilion space. Individual private companies can take up exhibition spaces. We have exhibition spaces for SMEs, for creatives, and various. We have exhibition spaces that are dedicated. For instance, we have an auto show, so people can exhibit autos in a particular area. I think also important to this house and this meeting is what we call the Creative Africa Nexus. This is Madame Mbete is passionate about this because she sits on our board. But this is basically a platform to showcase the African and diaspora creative economy. And we feature under this vertical fashion, music, film, arts, craft, sports, literature, and gastronomy. And we have as part of this an art exhibition. So for the historians in the room, it's an opportunity to exhibit and show some of those heritage exhibits or artifacts that are available, can be brought to the trade fair and be promoted under this vertical. And then we have, our trade fair is a one-week forum. It's a one-week trade fair. So we'll start on the 4th, we'll end on the 10th of September. But as part of that, we do 4 days of a trade and investment forum. So it's basically a 4-day forum that features the best in Africa in business, discussing the challenges on the African continent. Now we have the Caribbean and the diaspora as part of that. So those conversations about challenges, opportunities, and what Africa really needs to do to be able to develop its trade and investment potential is discussed at this trade and investment forum. We also have dedicated rooms where you can undertake B2B or government to government or business to business engagements. We have a portal that allows you to book meetings if you'd like to meet anybody in particular. And we have a dedicated African automotive show. So this is, we set up, we section a part of the trade fair just to show what autos, original equipment manufacturers, assemblers, and automotive manufacturers are able to produce on the continent. So this will also include things like motorcycles, tricycles, bicycles, and now we're talking about electric vehicles. You will find all these in the auto show forum. And then we have, I think the youths were complaining about not being included today, but we have a dedicated African Union Youth Startup Program. So this is a program that allows the youth to showcase their innovative ideas and also bring their prototypes to this forum, and we do it in collaboration with the African Union. And in the last edition, we introduced what we call the Global Africa Day. This is a day dedicated to the Africa's diaspora. I think we'll all agree that some of our colleagues in Asia, such as China, Israel, and India, have been able to develop because of their engagement with their diaspora. But I don't think Africa engages as much with its diaspora as these regions. So as a bank, we have a dedicated initiative that's aimed at tapping into the diaspora. How can the diaspora contribute to Africa's development? Because we've seen examples of how that has changed economies such as the Philippines, as an example. And it's through this diaspora strategy that now, like I mentioned earlier, we have Caribbean states participating in the interventions of the bank. So we have a day dedicated to the diaspora. So we have a diaspora summit as part of that. We do an exhibition, a cultural event, as well as a gastronomic showcase. We realize that the food, for instance, eaten in the Caribbean is very similar to African foods. Just a testament, you know, of, I mean, those people left over 100 years ago, but we can still see it in their foods that they are really a part of us. We also have days that we dedicate to a private sector or companies for them to highlight. For instance, if it's a country, we can give a day to South Africa to highlight its trade and investment opportunity. So we give them a dedicated time, a dedicated day, if they would like to be a part of the trade fair. And then this is a new vertical that we introduced this year. We haven't had it before, so we call it the Africa Research and Innovation Hub. So we realize that there is a gap in terms of the research that is done on the continent. We want to be able to showcase groundbreaking research at the trade fair, groundbreaking prototypes, but also with the view of trying to see how we can attract investment into those inventions and prototypes from the African continent. We have, I have to mention that our trade fair happens every 2 years. So because it happens every 2 years, we have a platform that allows you to exhibit, to trade, and to engage throughout the year. So it's a 24-hour platform, 7 days a week, and we call it the IATF Virtual. So you can participate in that as well. Have a booth that is there running all the time. And then lastly, we have an initiative that was actually based in South Africa when South Africa hosted the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. This was in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. We have an initiative that focuses on African sub-sovereign governments. For instance, South Africa has a sub-sovereign system of governance with the premiers and the provinces. So we have a network of such states in Africa. But we've included other regions and other provinces in Africa. So it's a gathering of governors, premiers, mayors, basically African leaders who are heading regions. The idea being, how do we bring development from the grassroots? How do we develop those regions? How do we attract investment in those regions? How do we bring financial institutions in those regions? And this AFSNet investment network, we hold an annual conference for those regions just to attract investment in those regions. So this will also be part, in the year that the trade fair is happening, we put it as part of the trade fair, but in the year the trade fair is not happening, it's a separate conference that we hold annually. I will end there for now in the interest of time. But just to say thank you very much. We have our brochures outside. Some of you may have picked them up, but if you haven't, I really urge you to pick up our brochures and register to participate at the trade fair. It'll be in Algiers, from the 4th to the 10th of September 2024. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are now at the final stage. Before I call Professor Maloka to just touch on the highlights of what was said today, and then she'll be followed by Advocate Rabani Nakedi, who would do a vote of thanks. So you'll follow each other. I won't be coming back after I leave. Just to say thank you to you for having worked with me. You know, there's an attach that says, God gave Europeans a watch and Africans time. And you never get to see Eastrism, other than when you are trying to be a time steward in a symposium of African people. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our time prefect. I think that you exceeded our expectations. You were able to keep us in order. I would like to invite, with your permission, my brother Tilly to come. I'll also be very brief. This is the young man who made this event possible. I'm being called the convener, but him and where's Lavdelia? She's sitting out, the lady who's sitting outside. They are the ones who have been working, and Lavdelia has been working with me on this project. Of course, Madam Balega Mbete is here. She's the one who managed to get me out of my bed to do this. So I think this has been quite, I can't say a mouthful, Mr. Chairman, because you have used that expression earlier, so I don't want you to sue me for intellectual property theft. So, and then we have a competent team of rapporteurs who have been following everything, even the Mandla, your 45 minutes delivery. Is Mandla still here? Rest assured is covered in full. And so your input, your presentations have been well recorded by our drafting team. And Professor Matole will come to you for some of the names you used today. But rest assured, I was talking to him, and I will also say the same thing to all the presenters. If you can send us, I think he will be chasing you. If you can send us your presentation, and we intend this time to publish, to produce an edited version of the, not just the proceedings, each chapter and all of, so that then that we are able to preserve this. I'm not going to try to summarize. I've asked him to do it for us. He said he'll be very brief, even if he has stepped down now as the chair, but his dictatorial presence is still around us here. Authoritarian, I still feel him with all his whip. So I think we must obey his command. Please, thank you very much. So please, ladies and gentlemen, this is the real convener of the Historians Network. Please.
Thank you so much, Prof. With all protocol observed, I am going to be indeed brief. Before we have this day, we were like overwhelmed. And when it arrived, we think, it's okay. But during the proceeding, we realized more work is ahead of us and with limited resources. So we are going to share these resolutions. We could create a link or come as they are. We will send to you via your emails, but I'm just going to give you a structure of how we framed the outcomes and the way forward. So I'm going to give one example only. One resolution is strengthening the historian network. So you would find that as a topic, and you will find a resolution reading as follows. The Historians Network operates as a formal multidisciplinary collective comprising of historians, archivists, educators, policymakers, cultural practitioners, and youth. Then follows the next steps. For an example, compile a national directory of members, establish a regular communication platform, for an example, newsletters, online forums. So I'm not going to repeat this in the following topics. Number 2, youth involvement and education. A lot has been said. Number 3, liberation, heritage, and documentation. Number 4, reimagining historical narratives. Number 5, academic and policy integration. Number 6, memorialization and healing. Number 7, ethical use of technology and AI. I had a small conversation with Me Lusungu. I don't know if she's still here. With AI, I didn't know much, but she exposes another level that I was not comfortable with it. Because at some point you can have your own robot having a meeting with you. So that is AI. So number 8, it's national dialogue and community engagement. Number 9 is institutional collaboration and funding. And conclusion, the symposium reaffirms the agency of reclaiming, preserving, and reimagining South Africa's liberation heritage. The resolution above outlines a proactive, inclusive, and ethical roadmap that honors the past, engages the present, and inspires future generations. So we'll share the resolution with you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Wow, good afternoon, everyone. It's, it's amazing when you come up now, when you've had so many important people that had been here who had said so many wonderful things. And yeah, sorry, I'm just rattled because I thought Professor Maloka was going to come before me. But mine really is just to thank you. And you know, I don't have to do a summary of what had been happening, but it's been such a fruitful, purposeful day, a day of learning, and you've had South Africa's, that had been painted in so many different ways, different words, what South Africa should be like, what it can be. But you've had the landscape, and all our presenters and everybody, what they did was just to put, you know, in this wonderful landscape, what is it that you can put in here and how it should be, but especially us as Africans really, and as South Africans claiming this piece of land and this landscape and making it our own. That has been the theme, the theme throughout had been, you know, shaping our own destiny, that we shouldn't forget about it. So, without following protocol, which will just come in what I'll be saying, really, I'd like to thank everybody that had been here, all the speakers, starting from our storyteller, Ostandi. I don't know if she's still here. She made such a beautiful introduction into what we are going to come into. And what was more beautiful about it was actually making it a more how the women that we have forgotten and had been telling stories, and we forget about that, and it's very easy to forget that how women actually played a big role in the liberation and the heritage of this country, and she made a beautiful story of that. And our program director, they've called you so many names. Our excellent timekeeper was the time prefect. Thank you so much, Mr. Mashishi. You have really been wonderful. And I mean, you know, you just steered through this ship in such a beautiful manner. Thank you so much. In everything that you do, we really would like to thank our chairperson of NaLHISA, Baleka Mbete, who has made sure that this ship It can be anything. It can be a ship. It can be a 5-star ambulance that has got so many other people sitting out there and then coming and picking them up and saying, listen, I want you to come into this wonderful state-of-the-art hospital of ours that is going to make you realize who you are, and that when you come in here, you'll come out whole and, knowing exactly who you are. And thank you so much. While thanking Baleka Mpete, so that I don't forget, I'd like to thank her team that had been thanked again here, Tilly, Ndate Tilly Valley, and Lovedelia. Lovedelia makes sure she keeps everybody in check. It's a pity today they made Baleka a bit late, but Lovedelia makes sure all the time, even if it's very late at night, she makes sure that she's going to keep everybody abreast of what's happening. I'd like to thank the trustees of NaLHISA. I think I haven't seen mostly represented here by Mayor Makauta Molefe, Professor Eddie Maloka, who's been there throughout the beginning of NaLHISA, where we were reminded that NaLHISA now is going towards the 5-year, that it's the 5th year now that had been the beginning of NaLHISA. Thank you so much. And all the committees of NaLHISA, of which our advocate, the advocates here, Nobuhle, Mashishi, myself, who else, if I've forgotten anyone, and there are others, younger people who are not here, and because, our VVIPs have been lamenting the fact that we don't have young people amongst us that actually who should be telling us some of the things that they would like to see, coming up with their own culture that actually we should be learning from. They had been there throughout, your Collins and others. I haven't seen them today, but there had been people right from the onset of NaLHISA 5 years ago that had been really committed and, to the cause. We'd like to thank our scribes, who are some of their VVIPs who are out there that, have been acknowledged as well. Thank you so much. And all the, this room has been pregnant with the professors. And, anyone who's here is just a professor so-and-so, doctor so-and-so, and the students. And we would like to thank them, and the students and the youth. But then now I'll just go back into thanking, some of the people that we had as our speakers. I mentioned Professor Eddie Maloka, who did the welcoming while we were waiting for Baleka. He did a wonderful job for you. Actually, even if you didn't have to apologize, it had been done already there for you. Thank you so much. And the CEO of Freedom Park, who's always so humble, so gentle, in making you, actually, when you listen to her, you'd want to come to Freedom Park tomorrow. Every time she reminds you of this sacred place of ours, where actually most people forget about it, about how we can actually come here to reclaim our spirits, our soul. I mean, Professor Muteka talked about how actually we forget about what heritage and liberation is about in terms of our spirituality and all the other things that he talked about. Professor Muteka, if I have to go through what you went through, I would go crazy, because you have to analyze, listen again about your Tau, about Matt and Kara, and while you're still listening to that, and then he comes up with another name again, but all in good spirit, in how we actually must learn about where we come from and where we can be getting to. And our keynote speaker, who's not here, Professor Mogobe Banat Ramose, who our program director said, that actually, what he went through and what he was telling us about his story. This, that history for him is like his story, which comes to the theme that almost was coming up about the lion and the hunter. How does it actually go? Before Miss Advocate Mazola tells me about it, that until the lions actually have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunted. And that was by Chinya Achebe. Because all of us can come up with things. It reminds me, just in my early days, just when I just got into law, we had a commission of Bapoba Mukhali. In that commission, what happened was that people were claiming their ancestral land, actually their kingship. But now, the only book that was part of the evidence within that whole story had been a book actually that was written by a white author. And so even if you tell your stories, make sure you have corroborators. There's no point in people talking about history, something that happened many years ago. And, as Mr. Mandla Silawani was talking about how we can actually reclaim our own stories. But then you say 10 years ago, we were all together, and you say, this happened. And then somebody says a different story, and another one. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to rely on the one who actually wrote. If somebody had actually written, it doesn't matter if that story that the person actually is relaying is not the truthful one, but if that one actually sat down and recorded, and his story would be the one that would be taken. Now you come and you say, and then says, no, you are lying. It's actually my mother. Then Anat says, it's my uncle who actually is the brother to your father. And here, my daughter, at the end of the day, are you going to ever listen to that story and believe that it's true? There's no way you would. So I would just say, in really telling our stories, let us corroborate them because, as Advocate Mazolo said, whatever you practice, it doesn't matter how wrong it is. If it gets practiced and practiced all the time, it begins to become the truth, and that will be your culture. So we have learned a lot of things. I just wanted to just say thank you about that, and we want to say thank you to Dr. Noel Solani. And he had said, how are we going to preserve our memories? And also the stories that are told, the Rabon Island stories, are they told in such a manner that they would be remembered? Professor Nicole Ulrich, thank you so much. Talked about Professor Motsecha. Thank you so much to your presentation and the many contributions actually that you'd be making. We always follow what you do and we'll keep on following. And we want to, and the contributors, the people who had actually been making contributions and just asking questions and commenting, your Me Mampate Rampela, the gentleman from Ohlange, Me Nozabella from the NDA, and Adetamika Plaki, I think he's not here, he's left already. And we want to thank Ndate Masemola. When Professor Motsecha was talking about how what you're wearing also tells stories, I was hoping that you would say something about Tate Masemola, because he told us that and he proves it in the way that he's dressing as well. Thank you so much, from the NHC. And I'd like to thank the Eastern Cape team. They came here in quite a big number. Where have I got? Professor Wachela, Professor Tozama, April, Professor Boy. I'm searching because I put them all in one place here. And and then they had their own, the ones that were in the video as well, Zaydenhold and Leonora, it was Professor Wachela, Professor Boy, Professor Tozama, Dr. Noel Solani, Professor Nicole Ulrich, Professor Bezaidin Wood, and Leonard Lenora. I only see Professor Chozana with that beautiful smile behind. I don't see the others. I don't know where they are, if they're still here, if they've left. Thank you so much for the presentation. It made us think about quite a lot of things because, you know, it's amazing when you have something academic and you put it like so plainly and to understand and to follow. And Mr. Slawani, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation as well. To all of you, if I'm forgetting anyone, I would be very upset with myself. Oh, okay. Not good. No, okay, no, I'm still coming to you. How can I forget African Bank? No, we are here because of African Bank. And they have sustained us, I mean, right from the beginning, even when we were worried most of the time, how do we do this digitization? You have heard about how digitization, how expensive it is, and even to preserve it, that, you know, it's, I mean, when we started, we kept on thinking about how are we going to, we have the archives, yes, but the digitization, that's how actually we had the collaboration with NaHEX, and then we had to elaborate with, I mean, yes, collaborate with the University of Fort Hare with NaHEX. It had to do with African Bank. Thank you so much, Ms. Matimba Changala. Yes, I got it right. Thank you so much. And our other partners as well, NDA, they spoke, you know, even if whether they are partners or they want to be our partners, you know, it's not at the same level as what African Bank is doing, but we appreciate all the partners that we're having. Like all you here, you are partners. And NDA, Freedom Park, thank you so much, CEO, as one of our partners. And all the other people, as I said, the scribes, the students, the youth, and NaLHISA, it's so wonderful to see you. You have been right there with NaLHISA right from the beginning as a strategist and, you know, manager, and coming up with wonderful ideas and in putting together our staff and stuff like that. And for that, we are really, really grateful. And for our VVIPs, especially the last panel member that we have, Palisa, with the last session that we had, reminding us about how important it is to communicate and involve our communities, the youth, because they do come up with different ideas, which brings me to all the sessions that we have, our moderators. We had Professor Sykes Cooper, who's also been a part of NaLHISA right from the beginning. I mean, he did apologize that he would leave early. We had, then we have our CEO for Freedom Park being a moderator as well. Who was the first moderator? And yeah, I think hopefully now I have mentioned everyone who's supposed to be mentioned. And our photographers, our videographers, everyone. Yes, there's Victor there. And thank you so much, all the photographers, all the videographers. I mustn't forget everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everybody.
One more.